Oh, Malphite. All right, here we go. Just
still going for this place. You would as Chimera super low.
Trouble, but there's the Rakan coming in for the shooting. The shooting again.
Oh my god!
They lose.
And everyone bow down to Venom Crest. Two-time champions. Bow down to Jin.
Smell that, everybody. League of Legends is in the air. The summer continues. I'm so happy to be back on the desk. My name is Trajan. I hope you all have missed me. I have certainly missed the Four Nations for these past 3 weeks. It's been a dry, barren holiday with no gaming, but it's time for more gaming. Let's get into it. Let's get the desk in here. Bring them in, Brackish Brit and SIM. Fellas, how have we been doing for this season? I've been away getting sunburnt and eaten by mosquitoes. Brackish Brit, how's it been here? How's it been in the Four Nations?
Summer's going strong as long as I say so, I think is the best way to say it.
Manifest it. Manifest it.
Yeah. We're going to ignore the fact that a horrible storm hit us earlier today. And we're going to continue living in our wonderful, somewhat acrid-smelling League of Legends world. I assume League smells vaguely acrid.
You're so right. Acrid is maybe the best word you could use to describe the scent of League of Legends, I think. It's not good for you, man. It's a carcinogen for sure. SIM, how are you feeling? How are you doing in this, your inaugural split through the Four Nations? You enjoying it so far?
I am indeed enjoying it thus far. I've been surprised a couple of times. I felt like it was going to be a league where maybe a lot of the outcomes would be predictable, but last Thursday, when I was also on the casting desk with Gentleman Bo, I was surprised so many times back to back that I think that we just have to talk about it at one point.
Yeah. We've been taking you around Legends, guys, for a run. I think for a run around the houses on this one. It just does not make sense, does it, Bragg?
No. The first thing you learn coming into the Four Nations is that any prediction can be made wrong at the drop of a hat.
Yeah.
I think I'd probably have just as high a success rate on my predictions if I flipped a coin for every match.
Yeah, I mean, it's all curses and hoodoo here. There's no actual knowledge going into this one. Let's get the standings up so we can refresh our memory, so I can find out what the heck is going on here. And it does seem that, despite the shaky start for Belfast Storm, they have retained a top standing. Quick right behind them as well. Second last split. A lot of changes, but a lot of success for them. And then we get into this very deep mid-pack that kind of lasts until about 8th in the standings, with Paragon and the Bandits bringing up the rear. Now, our first game today is, I think, a very indicative one of just how topsy-turvy this season is going, because it's Venom Crest versus Broadham Friends, and to say that is 6th versus 8th, Brack, that is madness. Before the split, I would have told you that was lunacy, but that's where we are.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, Venom Crest, coming into this split, we could easily have surmised that Venom Crest, two-time champions, defending champions, but this is a team who have lost their two biggest carries, with Air and Bust moving up to their NLC team. Now, they're doing great up there. Super proud of them. The whole region has much love for you guys. But it did mean that people needed to fill the spots. And we did have some known names come back in, but not quite ones with the same level of pedigree. Like, Refresh can pop off. He certainly can.
For sure.
But, Bust was this... To say the effect that Bust had on the league, you gave him Gragas, it was basically a free win. And Refresh had some good games, but he's not quite on the same level. And in the mid lane, they started out with Galul, but have recently swapped over towards Ketsuo. They do look like they're doing a bit better with Ketsuo on the team. I wonder if it's maybe more communicative. Maybe he's a louder voice in the team's comms. But yeah, it was a shaky start for them, but they're sort of pulling it together now. They shed their skin, and they're ready to slither once more.
Yeah, let's get the roster up here to get the full stack in front of us. And SAM, my question to you is, as we see the roster up here, Refresh in top, Phrase jungle, Ketsuo mid, Chrisberg and Machu in bot lane. My question is, now that we don't have Bust and Air, is it just the Chrisberg show now? Is that the solution for Venom Crest? Have we just shifted our focus to being a bot lane focused team? Or do you think that there's still kind of more avenues to play through the rest of the map?
Well, perhaps if we just look back at last Thursday when they did get their victory eventually, Chrisberg and Matthew were just smurfing it on the bot lane. Like, we can all be honest about it. Chrisberg had a really good performance on that AD carry, and Matthew was just every single time he was necessary there to peel for his AD carry. But I also feel like after one performance, we cannot instantly count out the rest of the team. Because when we were trying to decode their draft a little bit, we were also saying things like, okay, Refresh, he got his hands on Jax again. He was playing it into an Urgot, which was supposed to be a really skewed matchup, Urgot favored.
Yeah.
But Refresh was just there, standing his ground, trying not to give as many resources as maybe could have been towards the enemy top laner, and still got towards a point where his late game scaling came in, and he was still a really great asset to have, even when Chrisberg was going to be the main target again and again in the later game team fight. So I don't think we can say Chrisberg and Matthew, it's just their show and they have to decide whether the game is won, but they will be really important in getting their game through the early game and maybe mid game stage, but there are still opportunities for the rest of the team to take over when they've handed, when the stick gets handed to them later in the game.
That game specifically, I do want to throw a couple of question mark pings at the Good Chi draft though, because they indexed way too hard into comfort. Like, multiple members of the broadcast team, Bloxer being the loudest, are not a fan of the loopy Urgot, and it's not been working. And then we had Maro go into the Vayne, leaving open a Xayah that was like the freest Xayah I've ever seen. Chrisberg picks it, and then has the freest game of all time.
Yeah, there was a lot of diving onto a Xayah who simply pressed R and went, well, you've fallen into my trap, fools. So perhaps focusing on comfort over matchup could be a possible solution there. Obviously, we can always know that Blox is just going to be the biggest hater on the broadcast at this point. It just doesn't matter which team it is, he'll always find one to hate on.
Blood.
And the one thing that we need to reference here quickly before we talk about Broad and Friends, Brack, is that a win here could be very important for Venom Crest in terms of the overall year. There's RPS at stake, and Venom Crest with 2 titles, they're actually on the cusp right now, are they not?
One win. They win this game today, they are locked. No other team... Well, the other teams could surpass them in points, but not so much so to knock them out of RPS contention. Remember, it's only league stage placement, this split at least, that factors in. So wherever they end up, they're going to get some points.
Yeah.
If they win this game, that number of points will be enough to see them to RPS.
So, big value on the line here for Venom Crest. A simple league stage game could lock them into that RPS, which has been the goal for the whole year for these teams. Now let's get Broad and Friends up, talk about them a little bit. They are currently 2 and 4. We have them here, Akka's in top lane, Pop jungle, QQR mid, Spark bot, and Zeta in support. Now, SAM, I was tuning in every now and again when I could while I was on holiday, and when I would tune into a Broad and Friends game, so I tune in and Akka's is in support, and he's in top lane, and Crisis is in jungle, and what is going on here? They began the season preaching this confidence in the continuity of this roster, but these strange moves and these shaky performances, I just don't know what to think about Broad anymore.
Well, I must say I also have some difficulty like putting a finger on it, because I've seen Akkers play a couple of times on the top lane right now, because I believe that he made a role swap at the start of the season, because I didn't know this league, of course, before this, but now I only know him as a top lane player, but he also seems like he's a really big vulnerability towards the early stages for Broad, and that doesn't mean that the game instantly gets lost of that, but of course it does mean that the game gets more difficult for the rest of the team to play, and then you can see that later in games, of course most notably once again last Thursday, they had a really good start on the bot lane. Spark was trying his hardest to get this back just in it, and just the combination of Akkers being out of position, and then Zeta trying some things, but also not necessarily communicating it through properly with the rest of the team, just makes the entire thing fall apart. And then a team that had a lot of ways to maybe end the game, they just lose a lot of their tempo, and then it falls apart because they just cannot close it. And it feels really difficult to watch when you're 10k gold ahead and you cannot close a game like that.
Yeah. You're talking about the continuity. The problem is, as you said, that there's been many unfortunate circumstances that have led to people being in different places. Like, Akkers had to go to support. As you said, Crisis came in. But even with their full 5, like, Akken family, like, these are people like 4 members of, the Cabbage family, one of the most storied teams in UK, like, university scene and beyond history. Pop has played at NLC Division 1. Like, these are not inexperienced players, but they've just really struggled to put it together when it matters. And I think that more speaks to how much the league as a whole has grown. That, yeah, okay, you've got some big names, you've got some history behind you. Cool. These newer names are coming in and beating you out in a lot of situations.
Yeah, absolutely, right? We've had because 5IQ on one side and there's Gucci on the other. They're getting sandwiched generationally right now, Broad and Friends. It's tough for them.
I was going to say Absol, but then I remember that T-Time's on that roster and we can just
and Emil has been there for longer than I've been alive, I think. So, anyway, into the draft. Right, we've got some targeted bans across the board. We have a missed ban for Venom Crest. I assume this is just a missed ban for League Ops reasons. Unless
yes, they lost a ban because I think they locked in their roster too late.
Yeah. With a Zin taken away from Pope and a QQR, so it's a mid-jungle focus, comfort focus away from Broad and Friends. The answer from them has been Phrase focused with the Udyr and the Maokai, then Ketso, so it's all comfort takeaway from mid-jungle so far, but the Azir has gone slammed down into B1, not too surprised, and QQR, this is not even a surprise anymore, is it, SAM? We've seen Veigar from him before, this is a standard QQR pick.
Yeah, we've seen him play it a couple of times, and it is one of those champions that, in this scenario, you pick it into the Azir because it can match the late game. We all know Azir has this late game prowess, but Veigar, you can just stack yourself up to some insane AP numbers, and it also gets some zone control, because we all know that the event horizon, when it gets plonked down, there's so much less room to work around in your team fights, that for an Azir that wants to get a big Shurima shuffle going, it's really difficult to get through that. So I do really like this Veigar, even though we don't see it that often. But hey, it's QQR, what else can we say at this point?
I really like the Trundle as well, because sure, Event Horizon maybe doesn't land any stuns initially. Pop can force stuns by pillaring people and then knock back from that. Put them into the baby cage, allow QQR to get a full rotation of spells on them. And I will, on the other side of things, going back to the Veigar, a little disappointed, and maybe I've been watching a little bit too much BLG, but they have identified what is, at least to them, a fantastic counter pick to the Azir and one of the dearest champions to my heart, and that is the Ziggs.
Ziggs, yep.
Just
100%.
Pick that, and Azir has an awful time. You can try and slide in. No, there's a satchel right in front of you. You know, try and do anything. You're just constantly taking bombs. You want to try and play at this sort of level. Any CC lands, and you're taking a Mega Inferno bomb to the face.
Yeah. We've seen it in the LCA South as well. It has emerged this counter, and largely, you know, the QQR, Veigar, and the Ziggs, they can not interact with the Azir in lane. They can scale up and be useful later. Absolutely, the Event Horizon is an important button to hold, and once it's pressed, it's pressed. You've got to time it right to make sure you get the value. We'll see how well QQR can manage that. If we catch up with the rest of the draft, Phrase Neferi has come back out. The Refresh Jax is a classic pickup there for him. And despite the fact that I think Phrase often gets thought of as like an Udyr, Maokai, Sejuani kind of jungler, he does pick the Neferi up when it was meta recently, and I think has put some pretty decent performances out on it, so definitely not to be sniffed at. And we're back on the Gragas as well. Now, it's not a bust Gragas, it will probably be an Akers Gragas, but we will see if he can have the same impact, of course. Very, very solid. It's been a Jax counter for Yonks at this point, and we're into the second round of bans. SAM looks like we're focusing on the bot lane now.
Yeah, of course, like most of the bot lane champions are still up for grabs. Maybe there is a little bit of flexibility in where the Gragas might go, but I would also understand with the recent performance of Akers that you want to give him a champion that you know that he can play fairly safe on the top lane, not give away too much of a lead to the enemy, whilst of course focusing on the bot lane, because we have talked about how Spark and Zeta were key factors in getting that game last Thursday, at the very least till that point that they were 10k ahead. I do fear a little bit, though, that there is a Gragas into a Jax, and last time when Refresh played the Jax, he was also playing a matchup that wasn't necessarily too good for him for laning phase, but he didn't really care. He just once again stayed his ground and got to the later stages, and dealing with the Jax late game feels like you want to pick something up that plays well into it, also with an AD carry and spacing, and I feel like few of those options are left with all the ADCs, most safe ADCs, of course, as well, Ezreal and Sivir already being banned out.
Yeah, solid Chrisborg focus away from Broad and Friends, taking away, I think, the two highest performing champs for Chrisborg, generally speaking. Spark, going through a lot of different options, goes for the Lucian. Now, Zeta will still have, though, things like Braum are still open. There's obviously plenty of engage. There's Enchanters open as well for him. Now, we'll see what the answer is going to be for Venom Crest. If they're going to try and go defensive, going to try and match the 2v2. If they'll go for scaling, obviously they've already got massive scaling in mid and top lanes. So, to be honest, I feel like we need to see something from Chrisberg that can actually lane well and potentially be strong in the mid game, just in case those other lanes don't go quite so hot.
Well, I mean, Xayah is an option. Again, I don't know how much I like it into this specific composition, but it is something that would give the ability to brawl, the ability to keep itself safe, independent of Matthew's efforts. I was looking at Yunara as well. Obviously, she is now open and available to be played. I don't believe we saw one on Thursday. It might just be that teams aren't comfortable enough to pull her out yet.
We did see some bans.
Oh, we summoned
There
it.
we go. Okay, never mind.
Well, there you go. This is a mechanics-based champion. Of course, the desk on Monday touched on a little bit about what it does, what it offers. It is the mechanics. It has a high ceiling. It's very classical AD carry. I don't believe it's supposed to be a strong laner. It's my understanding that it's not necessarily good at that stage in the game.
Again, I don't know if this is still the case, but she is a serial abuser of Cull.
Cull?
Yep.
Yeah.
So if you Q activate, she gets extra healing from splashing her
Every
auto
hit.
to other minions.
Okay.
I
So
don't believe
Braum
she gets
plus
extra
that.
gold, but still, like, yeah, Braum
The
plus the
sustain
ability.
is
Then
very, very uninteractive, perhaps.
They are
with a
probably
Cull in
not going to be a Lucianamian lane, but with a Cull and the healing just to stay topped up, I think that's fine. Obviously, Yunara is angling to be a beast later into the game, and so if they have to go a few CS down, if they have to sack a wave, lose a tiny bit of XP here or there, that's not the worst thing in the world because you have this inevitability factor of the Yunara coming online later.
Yeah. Now let's quickly get our head-to-head graphic up here before we get into predictions in the draft. To no one's surprise, we are going to highlight Spark and Chrisberg. Okay, Spark has been the highest performer for Broad and Friends for many splits, and especially now, as on the rocks as they are, he is still putting on pop-offs. And then Chrisberg, I was already describing this as the Chrisberg show, with a simple framing perhaps, but certainly both of these guys are excellent carries. Now SIM, if we had to try and wait a matchup, we now know we've got a Lucian Nami on one side, very dominant. We've got new champion 200 years right design on the other. Like, I don't know who we maybe giving the edge to down there.
Oh, I think I'd still go for the Lucian Nami, and it doesn't necessarily have to do with the fact that it's fairly oppressive in lane, but also just the fact that Lucian, of course, gets access to a build path where you can build some high damage items, and you get a rapid fire cannon, and now your mid game is not necessarily about one-shotting someone, it's mostly just dashing forward, chunking someone out, having your ultimate available, and making sure that the enemy carry cannot join the fight. It may be a little bit more difficult with the culling against the Braum specifically, but the fact that Yunara is one of those carries that needs to have like all the freedom of mobility to work herself through a fight, which is going to be really difficult against the Event Horizon as well, and a lot of the champions. I think this Lucian can make life hell for Yunara, and therefore Yunara having a really difficult time, if not played to like almost absolute perfection.
Yeah. And I mean, we do have it. Looks at it, casting our eye over the stats right here. Spark does just about pip Chrisberg out on kind of all of these metrics, just slightly. So chance to potentially stab some dominance on that matchup and get another win under Broadspell in a pretty tough season. Now, let's get the predictions up to see where we voted here in what should be a pretty tight match. Now, given the recent performances, I think it's pretty reasonable that both of our analysts have gone for Venom Crest, right? I think it's a fairly standard prediction. Now, I will simply offer my reasoning is that I feel it in my bones, okay? I feel like it's a broad win just because they came so close to some wins over some good teams. They've not been quite there, and I think today is the time. Very, very quickly, Brack, just before we pass it over, what's giving you for Venom Crest?
So they had the trajectory, they have the momentum. The funny thing is, though, after seeing draft, I actually much prefer what Broad are showing us.
Okay.
I don't like specifically the Neferi here. Because if Neferi's angling to get into a team fight, you have so many tools to just note. Like, okay, you want to ult into the backline? Okay, you're ulting through an event horizon. Get one shot, idiot.
Yeah, got Gragas in there as well. It's Nami wave to go over. That's tough. It is potentially going to take some tricky footwork for
Also
FaZe to get through
sacrifices so much setup. Like,
Yeah.
where's the engage? Are you making Refresh do it all for you? Brom is not a good engage champion.
No, I don't think that's why they took this pick. SIM, very, very quickly as well. Are you willing to flip to the broadside, or are you sticking with Venom Crest here post-draft?
Well, to me, it's fairly easily to be said that if you're on a high, you have to basically continue that, like get that momentum going in. So I still have complete trust in Venom Crest, even though it might be really difficult to commit on it.
Yeah. Okay, understandable. With that, let's pass it over to our casters to find out how it plays out on the Rift. Ollie and Rob, take it away, gents.
Thank you, gentlemen. I really appreciate it. Honestly, me and Rob have been sitting here looking forward to this game because, well, they're very interesting drafts. I mean, well, Rob, I'm just going to say it. Which one's your favorite? Which one sort of appeals to you the most?
I think at the moment I would probably go with Brod. A lot of comfort. The Vigar for QQR is a QQR classic. You've then got the Trundle for Porp, which I think makes it quite easy for them. That's not who I predicted. I predicted Brod for this game. I predicted Brod. I'm being sold by the hashtag Robouts in chat are going to be coming through any second. Thank you, production. I appreciate that one. But I was going to say that I really do think that Brod have a better draft here. Not because necessarily the champions on the side of Venom Crest are poor, because I actually think they have a very solid draft. I think this is like a 55-45 kind of scenario. It's just comfort all the way around. Spark's got a very, very good Lucian. I mean, Nami for Zeta's a bit of an interesting one. Usually we see him on Engage, but generally across the board, comfort. Gragas for Akers, that's a champion he loves. And then on the other side, you've got how many years of development at this point? 200 years, 400 years, Janara. And then the rest of the champs are comfort for Venom Crest, but I'm not so sure in the draft. I think that Brack brought it up. There's not that much engage. They've not that much engage, right? There's a Braum, not really good engage. You have to play Azir into stuff like Vigar into Gragas as an engage for your shuffle. That's difficult. Neferi going in can be cancelled. Are you relying on refresh again? There's a Gragas, there's a Vigar engage. I think you've got a case of a disengaged comp versus an engaged comp, but a comp that needs to go in rather the Venom Crest draft, because I think at standoffs you can have Vigar go pew pew just one-shotting people. So overall I favour Brod. I think Venom Crest though, it could be an Ara moment coming up because this champion is very, very strong. I don't know if you saw the clip on Twitter from what's it called? LTA North. I think it's Yeon was on it, and it was like he flies into the enemy team and kills 3 people. When you've got that ultimate active as Janara, it's like the Azeri moment all over again, where you press the ultimate key and for 15 seconds you're a transcendent god and you kill everyone, and then you're not so good for the rest of the team fight. But those 15 seconds you are just the best champ on the Rift.
Absolutely, and I think it's also really interesting, like that focus on that bot side. The desk was talking about it earlier. Chrisberg, from my experience watching Venom Crest, he's definitely been one of the stand-up players. How do you think he's gonna sort of utilize this new OP champion and just cause an absolute ruckus on the map?
If you are Brod, I hope you kind of predicted this. If you do a little bit of scouting on Chrisberg, you'll see that he has been playing this champion, and it is one where I think you should expect every ADC in the league to be picking it up. And anyone who likes their Vaynes or likes their Zeri should be definitely looking towards it. If you are Chrisberg, hopefully you've got the build down. You usually see stuff like, the Kraken. Yuntaus is not too bad as well, but usually Kraken into stuff like Runans. The interaction with her Q is just incredibly strong. You see some people going for some weirder builds on her as well with her passive, with the whole crit, getting magic damage crit, and some people have gone for like Hull Breaker because of the interaction. She's got a lot of very interesting interactions that I don't think are tested yet, so it'll be interesting to see where he wants to go with build. Generally ADCs go towards that Kraken into Runan's kind of cool, but maybe he surprises us with a Malignance or something to reduce the ultimate cooldown. Who knows? But that's what I'm expecting here. Chrisberg, phenomenal ADC, can glide a bit. We saw against Gucci how much of a glider he is. Let's see if he can bring out on the newest champion as we see Glizzy Neferi. My favourite Neferi skin, Glizzy Neferi.
It is an absolutely awesome skin. And nice, well, just first early ward being put down near the Raptors there. I wonder, it's one of them things where I'm like, this early game is going to be, I'd say, a little bit, a little bit slow.
A little bit slow, yeah, a little bit slow. It shouldn't be too, especially when you're playing the Vigar and the Gragas. Right? Gragas bullies Jax early, but if you're Vigar, you really want it just to be very quiet. You know, very, very chill. Nothing really happening where, you know, it goes out of your control early on, which, to be fair, some of the Brod games have gotten out of their control sometimes. In other cases, they look pretty good. Other than losing a 10k gold deficit to Inquick, they look pretty all right in these early games. So hopefully, if you're Brod, you don't fall behind too early, as we just see, you know, a little bit of trading in bot, but nothing particularly exciting. And this Yunara that champion, not too bad, but it is, again, around the strength of having that queue available trading in late.
Both sets of bot duos just they're going at it, you know, some trades galore. Both level ups coming through pretty quickly. Level 2 already on the board. Gragas,
this is what you expect. Yeah, this is what you expect from the Gragas matchup. But I'd like to have gone back and seen what happens here, because usually you see Gragas kind of bullying this early on. Instead, we see Refresh getting push earlier and already getting a demolish proc off, which is incredibly surprising. Maybe just managed to get that level 2 early enough and then force Akers off of the wave. As this is particularly good for Venomcrest because Fraze is pathing down here, right?
Yeah.
So if your Jax is already having a good time on side, maybe it's just Akers respecting, not so much respecting, but going, okay, well, my jungler's clearing to top. Look where Porp is on the map. Maybe a bait to try and shut down Refresh early, or what is his best champion in the Jax?
I mean, to be honest, we do potentially see that happening. I mean, that Trundle is nearly cleared them Frogs, and an early stun off there. A little bit low on mana. Does need to back away. Will do. Oh, they continue to trade. Very, very risky here. Refresh pulling a little bit low.
But Trundle's not coming up. Trundle's already pathing towards. Instead of looking for a gank shot off those Trugs, he is just looking to get the scuttle. So I thought maybe this was a ploy by Akers to try and suck Refresh in. He can be quite aggressive. Porp is coming now, Ollie. So let's see if this shuts down Refresh.
I mean, Refresh is still there. Does have the Q to maybe try and get away, but he's in a bit of trouble. The Ice Block is there, and it will just put him a little bit in a sticky situation. Jax tries to E, but he's going nowhere. This is just not the start Refresh wanted. And well played by Brod and Friends. A bit of a really almost simple bait there, but Rob, is this too easy?
It is a bit too easy. I think you should expect this. Refresh is incredibly aggressive, as we just see in trades in bot lane. You should expect, weirdly enough, you should expect kills here, as Zeta is taken quite low, but you should expect, oh, hold on, Chrisberg. Wait a second.
Still going past the shield, falling really low, gets the kill, Chrisberg. On fire on this new champion, manages to find the kill, but Porp is bot side. They need to retreat here. The Ice Block is out. Porp knows who he wants. Chrisberg in a spot of Bubba does go down. Porp on fire at the minute. Matthew flashes, just barely escapes of his life. Porp roaming around the map, getting kill after kill. A very good start for the Trundle here, Rob.
And I was talking in the green ring how if you are Brod, your success comes through Porp. Not necessarily as a carry, but he is the spearhead of the team. The other players, they follow Commander Porp's demands. And so the fact that he's already ahead in this game in a matchup where if you are the Trundle, you're feeling pretty happy, right? Because early on, you like dueling. Neferi doesn't really want to fight you in those stages. And then as it gets later, you chuck a pillar down, chuck a cage down, and you control so much space. So it's good to see him getting these leads early on. I just want to point out the triple Ruby Crystal coming out from the Vigar. Did have an interesting build on it previously where he did end up going the Rod and the Proto. I'll usually just see a Catalyst and then into Proto instead. So I wonder where he goes with this, if he is going to go for the full Rod or realizes maybe his mistake last time of going for that Rod completion, just goes to Catalyst. Anyway, Porp's in the lead. The bait top lane, really well played by Akers. We were surprised to see Refresh get that push, but again, he's a very aggressive player. And in the bot lane, I was saying kills shouldn't come through. I think Spark there was just trying to overplay it to make sure that Porp had the chance of cleaning up, but you shouldn't be seeing Spark fall in that scenario because you should know what this new champion does. As a player of Spark's caliber, you should understand the damage angles from Yunara, as we just see the Dragon Fall as well going over. The pathing that you see from the junglers, this is kind of expected, right? With Fraser's pathing being pretty standard, he's going to be on that Drake first. But yeah, I'm a bit disappointed in Spark dying there, but it is good to see Porp pick up that kill. I'm just hoping that Porp can lead the line, because again, he wasn't here for their loss versus Inquick, and I think that was what was really missing, right, Ollie? Against Inquick, they were 10k gold ahead, and I think there were some shot calling mistakes and some positional mistakes from players that wouldn't have happened if Porp was in the lineup, because Porp doesn't allow that from his soldiers. They would be court-martialed by Commander Porp if they made the mistakes he did versus Inquick. So good to see them in the lead. Also, only 700 gold, but overall the state of the map's pretty stable. This Vygar's feeling pretty good so far. This is their late game reinsurance, right, Ollie?
Yes.
The Vygar. Let's see if they can get it to this late game where we know how good QQR can be on this champ with the cages. And Brod know how to play around it. So for me, eyes on QQR as it gets late, but right now it should all be about the bot lane, because you can't let Yunara get fed.
Absolutely. I mean, we did discuss about that late game insurance. Obviously, I guess both teams having some scaling champions like that Jax on the top side, but he's already at a bit of a disadvantage. And I think, like, definitely something to look out for. And another gank in the mid lane. A nice shuffle to escape. Well played. Good trade there. But just causing so much of a nuisance. They really do fear him on Venom Crest.
They've got to respect how aggressive he's being. Played for every single lane at once here. And I just want to bring up QQR having a spellbook as well. Obviously feeling very confident in this matchup. Doesn't need the extra damage at Comet or an Electrocute or something like that, or First Strike would bring. Just go for the spellbook. You see the Ignite coming down. It will mean that this Vygar in these late game fights will also be incredibly tricky, right? You just take the Ghost. You're going to Ghost away. You're never going to be caught as... The only thing to mention is that Venom Crest are securing these early objectives. Porp here, though, he's going to be looking to fight. He's got everything up. He's ready to fight as they just give over one grub. Okay. And I'm assuming Porp's going to pick up the other two. It's a standard trade, favouring Brod, but overall, it's a quite cagey stuff, Ollie. Maybe Brod a little bit hesitant, where we've seen him be a little bit more aggressive early on as Spark. He's caught.
He is getting absolutely melted. That HP is dwindling once again. Matthew just managed to take the kill off his ADC, but Venom Crest will not mind that. It is 2 kills to 2. This bot lane definitely being the star for this Venom Crest side. QQR does have to back away, as Porp will secure 2 grubs. But there is a tower dive going on here. Zeta, Port, does pop that wave. And Chrisberg pops the shield, just able to live. But in this bot lane, this is looking scary now.
Yeah, it's really, really scary. Obviously, it could be worse. Chrisberg could be 3-0 on Yunara, but still, I mean, Refresh, he's trying to fight Akkas here. This is not the place you want to be fighting, Refresh.
Does pop ultimate. That Gragas is just going to keep on chasing him. Does he try and go for it? Oh, the flash
Akkas,
as well.
the disrespect.
The kill. Oh. The disrespect indeed, Rob. I would be absolutely smashing my keyboard to pieces. Want to talk us through that disrespect, Rob? Why not?
I think Akkas could maybe have gone for the kill a bit sooner, maybe concerned about not having the E available. He does die, but the wave is in a really good spot for him, right? If you look at that, it's frozen on Akkas' side, so Refresh having to burn TP to break that freeze. So Akkas not only getting the kill, it gives a kill over, but gets Refresh's TP out, so for the next dragon, there will be a slight advantage in time for Akkas, or if you see the TP, he's already used it earlier as well. Overall, okay for Brods, but we need to come back to this bot lane. Yunara is strong, is going for a Blade of the Ruin King, it looks like, which is an interesting choice, as Spark just looking to cull out Chrisberg and take him very, very low. Interesting to see the Blade. I've seen a lot of Kraken, as I said. I've seen Kraken, I've seen Runans. Yeah. I'd be intrigued to see what kind of damage Yunara does with this Blade of the Ruin King, because again, it's the interactions with her kit that make her so strong. The Kraken applies very, very quickly on her Q, as Porp's here just bullying Ketsuo again. But Jax is here to support.
But Refresh is here. The shuffle misses, but this potentially could be a bit of a flip, as it's a 3-on-2. Porp does manage to retreat, but QQR still dealing a bit of damage. Oh! Somehow gets the kill, but will pay with his life. What is that champion? QQR managing to get a really cheeky kill as he gets collapsed on. And Rob, these trades are just, It's the whole game.
Yeah, usually we see one team run away with it. It's good that he manages to trade that back QQRs. However, with the fact that Port was forced off and Refresh moving down, it does mean that they do pick up a second Dragon here, Venomcrest. So although we're praising Brod a lot, Brod are a little bit behind at this moment in time. As Port, he's here with his team. He's ready to fight for this Dragon.
Ready.
Are they just going to give this up though? Because I don't think you can walk
give
in
it up,
here.
But they want to go for that bot duo.
What a
That absolutely shut down. Matthew will be found, and that is a nice set of kills for that Lucian. Finally getting a bit of gold back. And Rob, that's a good fight there.
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of how Venomcrest played that. They had Refresh available, and in these fights, genuinely Refresh is quite strong, right? He can block a lot of the damage coming out, all of the damage from Lucian, all the damage from Trundle. So I'm surprised that he ended up not walking down to help on the Dragon. You then had Frey selling his bot lane to die as he's now just hovering a turret. How are you're not doing anything here, Fraze? Your bot lane are coming, but I don't think you're going to be baiting them into a dive. You are in a Fury, so he does just walk back and take his red buff. But I don't really like how Venomcrest played that, because I think you get the Dragon, you then sell your bot lane, who both fall to the side of Rods, who now have the gold lead where they didn't have it before. I think a little bit disjointed, which is kind of Venomcrest season so far, where Ketso TP top to deny that, you know, Gragas getting too much push on the side. There's just a fight in bot lane, never mind.
There is another fight
in.
happening. Porp still there, and the Fury charges in. Gets burst down by the Lucian. Porp still alive. Tries to escape, he will. Zeta tanking for his jungler, and somehow, due to Porp's HP, he was able to live. I don't know how he's able to live there, but look at the pressure mounting on Venomcrest. These two side lanes, the plates are just, they're shrinking bit by bit.
They're leaving Gragas alone, and even though obviously the CS is very similar, the Gragas has picked up a couple of plates here as he now TP's back, so Refresh has gone back, his TP's going back up, so it's just going to be this top lane constantly matching as we haven't seen any Gragas action in any of these teamfights yet, which will be a big difference maker, right? That cast, Akas's Gragas in particular, is incredibly good. So he is just slowly firing up, got that Cosmic Drive, got that tier, which I assume he'll be building into either probably a Fimbulwinter in this game. He's already pushing very, very heavily. Porp is here in top, but Neferi's a little bit closer. Make sure Akka's he'll respect. He'll respect the Neferi. I'm assuming there's also a ward in the river, so I don't expect any kind of disastrous deaths coming out from the top laner abroad. But overall, this game has just been action on action. You're seeing the bot lane there, which I'm surprised we're seeing the fights that we are, because I think if you are Venomcrest, you should be sort of happy to take the leads that you've got. You kind of sold at the Drake, because Refresh, again, he's fighting Akkas in the top lane. I don't like this from Refresh, because I think that you're taken very low, you're fighting to get pushed in the wave, and I think you did use it to be able to make that play in mid, but now what are you using it for? Because you have the TP, so are you just going to have to base and burn your TP anyway, whereas what you should be doing is taking a little bit more sensible trades. Because Akkas is just going to base as soon as he sees you leave the lane, potentially. You see Akkas, he's not pushing the wave. He's waiting to see if the Jax joins back. Because he wants to make sure that even if Jax TPs, he's going to be able to match and not just be forced out with worse HP. But the sustain on the Gragas is the problem for the Jax. He can't do anything here.
Oh, the Bomber is there. Pops that barrel, and he's going to try and chase. Both flashes used to try and secure that kill, but Refresh will live. Meanwhile, I fear that there could potentially be some movement topside for that Rift Herald. Finally getting some objectives back. 2 Drakes for Venomcrest. They need to try and trade out, get that Rift Herald, but there's more action happening in that bot lane.
Fraser's here. I don't think this should be a dive at the moment, as we are just seeing the objective being taken top. If you are Brod, you do have to respect this. They have the Neferi. Refresh is coming to stop this,
Refresh.
But is he suiciding his way in?
I mean, obviously, Tak doesn't have a lot of mana, so he can't really do much. But QQR's here, and the cage is there. There's no escape. Refresh caught out once again in No Man's Land, but they will concede this bot turret. So I guess they do trade something for it. And that will be the feats of strength heading over to Venomcrest. So they will be getting a bit of advantage in some regard. But look at this Gragas. He's just farming after farming. He's got a free lane, essentially. This Jax is just nowhere to be found.
I do think that Refresh hasn't made a few plays on the map more than Gragas, but I think as this game goes on again, the strength of having that disengage of the Gragas, the strength of being able to deny any real plays and maybe look to get a cast onto Chrisberg, who is going to be very, very squishy on the Yanara, right? This is not a particularly janky champion as you'd expect. Imagine it was tanky as well, it'd be completely broken. It would literally be pick about every game. But I think that this Gragas could be quite strong. You see Akers here walking down mid lane as the exhaust comes through from QQR from the spellbook on Ketsuo, but they are going to fight this Drake here, Brod. This is going to be the first real 5v5 of the game here, Ollie. We'll have to see which way it goes.
Yep, absolutely. Both teams. The cage used. Just a bit of early poke from that Veigar. The TP coming in. It's just going to be... They're just going to back out a little bit here. Try and get some mid-prio. Rift Herald being popped immediately as they will try and chase down Refresh once more. Does try and go back in. Pops. The shuffle being used as well. The cage also being used. Not going to find anyone there, but there's no kills to no avail. But attacks coming in. What a great ultimate. Sends Chrisberg and that bot duo straight into Brod and friends. But they've somehow turned this around. Look how low they are, and they're able to find a kill amongst that. A spark does go down. What a crazy fight.
Oh, it's still going. Chrisberg
It's
wants
still
to
going.
win it.
Attack. Just managed to just get away. It's so iffy. There's just constant engage and disengage. It's all over the place. They will have to sort of back away a little bit here, but they'll try and take the Drake. Obviously, Venom Crest respecting that. But yeah. What on earth, Rob?
Brod. There was a lot of gesturing there. It is quite hard to make plays on both sides because of the fact that you've got such a heavy disengage style from Brod, and then if you are Venom Crest, you don't want to play into that. And then as Brod, you're looking for a Gragas cast really because the rest of your champions, you're just looking to them put cages. QQR should not get caught out on this. He really, really shouldn't. He needs to respect this. Oh no, QQR.
Oh no. He will be caught, and that's not where you want to be when there is a Jax in that lane, but they will sort of trade a mid-tier 1 for that, so I guess it's not solely in vain, but...
Yeah, it's in Yanara instead, to be honest with you, so
yeah.
that champion getting kills, you never really want to see it as... I'm not happy with how Brod are playing this, to be honest. Like, they get the cask onto Yanara, who ends up using her barrier. She ults, and as you see, when she transcends, she's just an absolute monster, putting out a ton of damage across the team fight. And I don't like how the fact that they don't play to shut her down. She needs to be your focus because you cannot let her in that 15 seconds of her ultimate pop off. Because that's a long time in League of Legends, right? 15 seconds for a team fight is crazy. So I just think that Brod there, they get the cast, but then they don't fully commit to the Yanara. And then because they don't do that, because Yanara lives on, albeit like probably 300, 400 HP, she gets back into a position that's strong for her. She doesn't even have to burn, much more there, and she just puts damage down, blows up Spark, who did try and overextend into that, and I just don't like how Brod are playing this at the moment. Porp is quite strong, but that's not really who's going to carry you into these late game team fights. And then QQR getting caught, that's not it. You need to respect this, how Refresh plays. He's a very odd top laner in that he makes plays where he often sort of sacrifices himself as a carry, but he shadows a lot of lanes and often looks to just collapse onto plays. You see it there. You saw it in mid earlier as Atakan does, obviously, spawn. Thank you, observers. I'm not confident in Brod at the moment. I think they've got the spike on Lucian, they've got the rapid fire. Nami's hovering around to make sure they get control of mid. So let's see if they can use this power spike of Lucian Nami in the mid game. Chunk Yanara out and look for plays as Refresh. He's just taking it from Akazan, who is quite strong at this moment in time.
Yes. And Akaz just being a bit of a nuisance. I mean, he's just putting so much pressure in these side lanes. I mean, obviously getting the top tier 1 quite early on, and he wants that bot tier 1 as well. QQR heading top, gonna try and catch that top wave.
What are Venom Crest doing?
I don't know.
Running around in the jungle. They're sprinting around in the jungle. They're looking for a 4-man collapse onto a solo Atakan attempt by Porp. Akaz is also caught on as well. They just need to get out of here, bro. I think this was a little bit overplaying their hand.
Yeah, Akaz in a spot above her. There's trade ult, but we'll just back away.
It's
probably look to reset.
Right?
Yeah.
It's difficult, right? Because they don't want to give this Atakan over, because it is something where not only would you be giving Yanara those 15 seconds of fame, Also, she has those resets from, you know, the damage reset or the slowing explosion from the Atacon. So you don't really want to give it over. As if you are here, the side of Broad, you've got the TP from Akers, you're looking for this play. Ketso is going to be a little bit late here.
The TP's coming in. That Gragas is charging forward, tries to find Crispberg, but immediately shut down. He's still alive, and that's a bit of trouble there for Rod and friends. That's got to be the target, otherwise that Lunara would just burst them down. They do force Venomcrest to back off a little bit. But obviously that Atacon will spike up, but look at the Vigar, the cage is there. The shuffle is also there as well, but it's not going to be. They do secure the kill onto Ketsuo. Rod and friends will take this Atacon. A nice play there from QQR.
Nice cage. I want to shout out Akers as well. He stayed on top of the bot lane of Venomcrest, denied Yunara any chance of actually putting damage across that fight. Notice how Yunara does also have that Runans completed, so now has an awful lot of damage in those 15 seconds, where she's just going to do damage across the entire team. Don't forget she does extra damage on hit as well, which will apply on the Runans, so she has a lot of synergy with this item. The crit damage as well, increased crit damage on her autos, so really, really look to see Crispberg in these fights. This is the thing to watch. Is Yunara untouched? Is she putting damage across the fight? In that scenario, Akers was on top of her. She couldn't do anything. This is how Broad need to play as already refreshes. He plays a bit weird.
Akers
He's just
need to be
flying in
top
lane. He's just looking. He's just looking to make plays across the map. He doesn't care about this bot wave. Look at that. You could be farming that refresh and getting leads on sides. Absolutely not. As the top laner of Venomcrest, just wants to be looking to keep his team alive. As they are a little bit far up here, Broad, and there's no support from Akers. Dragon spawning. Akers doesn't have TP, but Yunara just taking the wolves. To see what fight is having on the top side, because it's just chaos at the moment, Ollie.
It is indeed, as Akers in a spot above her does somehow live. Refresh goes down, Pop finds him, Crispberg goes down as well. This Trundle is so fed. Cage is there, but meanwhile it's a nice shuffle from Ketsuo as he does secure a kill onto that Lucian, but it's not going to be as QQR is still there, but not anymore. It's trade after trade in this fight, but Phrase will go down, and Matthew will inevitably be caught as Pop wants to secure that kill in that fight. Oh, the flash used by Matthew, trying not to give another kill over to that Trundle, but he will take the Ocean Drake from this. What a fight.
Yeah, what a fight coming out from Broad. You see there, Akers was initially kind of caught. Venomcrest called for it. They said, okay, get on top of this Gragas. He's the big problem for us. Let's shut this down. And Yunara put down a lot of damage. But then it was turned around. They managed to end up picking up Refresh. They ended up picking up Crispberg, who was out of position. Didn't have any frontline in front of him. So no Braum. No real Jax, because the Jax was taken solo and killed. So Yunara then left on the lonesome, and she did do a lot of damage, but nowhere near enough. And looked like maybe they can turn around Ketsu. Unlikely in the end. And if you are Broad, you're feeling very happy. Porp is having an excellent game here, Ollie. Like,
absolutely.
really good. However, I am still worried about Crispberg and this Yunara pick, because you see that he was caught out. But if he has teammates in front of him, how much damage is he putting down? I think that was a misposition from the Venomcrest bot laner, rather than it being Broad, making an incredible play. However,
I agree.
This Vigar is slowly coming online as well. Going for what I assume to be a Cosmic Drive, has gone for the Rod and a Proto Belt, so does have those two items together, which certain Vigar mains may have a say on that. But I think that overall, tanky Vigar, it's hard to shut them down. Play around the cage. If you are Broad, you're feeling pretty good. But this game is still very, very odd. Venomcrest are playing very strange here, Ollie. They're collapsing on sides. They're not necessarily pushing outside, trying to play side lanes. Refresh is collapsing in odd ways as Akers, he's feeling very confident. Look at this Gragas.
This Gragas is an absolute menace. Unlucky with the ultimate. Doesn't send that Azir the right way, but he's still here. He's still being a nuisance. I mean, how do you deal with this champ? But in the meantime, they're trading Baron for it. Obviously, I'm not sure if it could be worth. No, they will just back away, but they did see that Gragas bot side, and Venomcrest were like, maybe we have a chance to try and sneak in at Baron here, but not to be. As Akers is still here, Katsuo moved up, the shuffle being used. Does tank a little bit of damage, but he's just going to sit there and drink that barrel, regain a little bit of HP. It's very
it's difficult.
like,
It's
yeah.
hard on side to deal with this Grag. I do think once the Azir gets, onto like 3 items, it becomes increasingly hard for the Gragas to do what he's doing. But this does give time to QQR to scale up, who has actually... I got the item wrong, it wasn't Cosmic. My build knowledge is out the window. It is a Crypt Bloom, which makes complete sense. Obviously, Vigar gets that extra AP from his passive, and so Crypt Bloom healing is increased. And if you are playing these fights out, you can see how the Crypt Bloom is going to be so powerful, because getting just 1 kill is going to mean that Yunara pop-off is slowed down massively. Gragas has also finished Lichbane. Oh my god. Okay, at this point in time, if you are the Azir or the Jax, you're not having the best time on side. So at this point, Akaz is incredibly strong. And the item isn't even completed for Ketsu. It goes back and gets 2 amp times. Okay, so if you are Grag, you're feeling very, very happy. Has the TP available, so he needs to make sure that goes off. Don't let, a cancel come through from the Azir. But either way, if you're Broad, you should feel a little bit in the driver's seat now. You've got that pressure in mid with the Lucian army. You've got the Vigar, who is now on 3 items. You've got a strong Trundle. You've got Gragas on side that's kind of putting work in. And you now see Refresh has gone back to his old ways. He's no longer collapsing on team fights. He's now finally pushing those sideways in and just trying to get some pressure on the map, because they know if they don't put pressure somewhere, the whole map is Brod's.
Absolutely. I mean, for a large portion of this game, now, for me, when I play Jax, I really want to be in that side lane. I want to be split pushing as much as possible, but there hasn't really been much of that from Refresh. He's almost played like the anti-Jax, I would say. Like, he's played for more team fighting, but Venom Crest are going to start the Baron here. Orp does have vision, a lot of vision on it.
They just pull off. They should just pull off. They should just pull off, because you do have the TP, Gragas moving up, hasn't had to both CP. You have the TP from Ketsuo, but the whole of Brod would just collapse on you and kill you. You're not getting that Baron for free. As Venomcrest now, with that cool, they've gone back to doing a sort of 1-3-1, but they've given up this mid turret, so that's going to fall. The Ketsuo now has to recall because he sees his base under threat, and the Jax is just have to keep pushing as another cage comes through. This is the fight here for
wave.
Brod.
A lot of damage coming down there. Ray's still comfortable HP. Didn't really take anything at all in that fight. By being faced with a lot of ultimates in their face, but they are. This is good pressure from Venom and Crest. They've got essentially 2 turrets being taken here. This is what Venom Crest needed to do. They're getting more of a presence on this map, Rob.
And then Ketsuo burns a TP to get out, doesn't allow himself to be collapsed upon. I like that from Ketsuo, trusting his team as, honestly, Refresh, mate, you're going to have a very, very hard time dealing with this Gragas at this point with the 3 items coming through. So the slow, inevitable death of Refresh, I think, is pretty much confirmed. He's going to have to flash over the wall. He's 1 HP.
He's 1 HP. Tries to run. Akka's not going to be able to chase him. A spark. A little bit low. Finds Matthew in the mid lane. The TP from QQR. They will look to get this Baron here. Now this is looking pretty scary for Venom Crest now, Rob.
Yeah, we didn't get to see it on stream, but also Crispberg got caught out in mid lane, which is what you expect. Lucian army, you play around the strength of that pick, which is mid lane pressure in the mid game once you get that rapid fire cannon. Now has the eye online for the Lucian as well, so it does an awful lot of damage. Only need a little bit more to take you over the top, and with this Trundle, who's so fed, of course you have to pick up Crispberg, who plays too aggressive. Refresh is in an odd position here.
In a very, very spot, wow, just a bit of spot above it. Does nearly get the kill.
Oh,
does
Refresh.
Get the kill. It's a good trade by Refresh. Orp needs to try and get close to that dragon. Good smite by Phrase. Secures them the Ocean Dragon. And to be honest, I would accept that for Venom Crest. That is, quite well played there. They get
Given
the dragon.
what happened in mid. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Given what happened in mid. It's bad. It's bad for Venom Crest to lose the Baron, but it's really good to get the Dragon, right?
Absolutely, and it reduces, it puts them a little bit behind Brod and Friends, because they won't, they're not close to getting that essential, that Dragon Warmogs, essentially. It's, I kind of like that play. It was very safe, apart from certain Refresh moment, but
Refresh trading his life there was very... I mean, overall, Venom Crest were in a terrible spot losing the Baron, and then the Dragon play, having already lost Crispberg, is pretty inspired, to be honest, taking that trade. Yeah. Refresh as well is a player that we've seen in this game. He is kind of having to be the engage. He's having to be a lot of the playmaking, which is what Brackish Pick discussed on the desk. Is hard here for the roster, for the draft of Venom Crest to actually make things happen. And it's on the back of Refresh having to do some very odd things. It's on the back of Yunara kiting out, and that's about it. And if you are Brods, you're very much now in the driver's seat. They don't have no idea. They just see you put the blue trigger down. They don't know Akka's in this bush yet, but they do now.
Did step up. A fight under turret. Will look to try break it, but it's not going to be. They so much wave clear with that here, and there's a bit of a chase going on here. They maybe want to fight this. Both sets of teams just scouting each other out, waiting for whoever to make the first move.
It's not the hard thing here is that Venomcrest don't want to engage.
Yeah.
But if you are the side of Brods, you don't really have the engage yourself. You put a cage down under a turret, they can't play around it. But you don't really have a way of making a play. Like Nami wave can be blocked by Braum. You don't have that. The cast can be blocked by Braum as you just see a cage come down and they go for this next turret. This is kind of how slow they have to play cage into turret take. But they don't have the range. It's Matthew who's slashing in.
Knocks up free, and it's going to be Porp just deleting Phrase there. QQR follows up Spark, unleashing that ultimate. Katsuo, unfortunately, not going to be able to live, and this could be GG's here. 32 minutes in. Pretty scary for Venomcrest. I mean, Rod and friends just absolutely on fire in several moments of this game. The Sonya's popped by Refresh. Sadly, it's not enough. And Rod and friends, what a performance, Rob. A really, really good game there.
And Brod Doubter's in the mud, that's all I'm going to say. Look at the two desk analysts predicting Venomcrest and getting it completely wrong. Now, I want to say, Brod here, they looked pretty decent. It was off the back of Porp having a really good early game. Still a few questions about the Venomcrest. Now that I think back to it and what brackets on the desk, I'm kind of surprised. I think they take this Braum here because it's a denial pick, and I'm not that happy with how it ends up being played, right? Because the bot lane was very good. Very, very good.
Yeah.
But the rest of Venomcrest, they didn't really step up in a way that helped. The draft came through, the strength of the disengage, and Brod ended up taking it. And that is a comeback they really needed. 2 and 4 now to 3 and 4. They need to be able to make this, hopefully try and make an upper bracket run. And they need 5 and 4 to really do that. So check out in the next couple of weeks.
Absolutely, and I believe the desk will have a little bit more insight. So, guys, take it away.
What, Ollie, you think we have insight? Oh, that's so nice, guys. He thinks you have insight, and why not? The Brod prediction, Brackish, the late switch up to Brod just in time when the draft fell around the rears, according to you. Well played. Gents, unfortunate SAM that Venomcrest chose this day to kind of lose it a little bit, right? That was certainly a shaky early game besides Chrisberg, kind of ironically, Sim, and now I feel good about the Chrisberg show again, because no one showed up but Chrisberg that game. He was the only one watching.
It feels like this team sometimes can make it towards later stages if they're left unattended. Like, sure, Chrisberg, if you just let him do his thing, you can already tell there's going to be some form of success. But like the last Thursday, I guess that Refresh and Ketsuo also maybe got a little bit more freedom than they maybe should have had. And now you instantly see that the moment that they get challenged again and they get punished for actual mistakes that they're making, it's going to be even tougher to get yourself throughout those stages. And then, as Brackish of course already said on the desk as well, if you combine that with you're trying to play this all-in of an engage comp, but your enemy has already scouted out and already pre-picked even champions like a Veigar that make it even more difficult to actually fight your team fights, the puzzle kind of falls apart, and you're now being left towards maybe playing more side lane, which was apparently also not necessarily what they wanted to try and do. And then team fights, sometimes they are a 50-50, but if Chrisberg cannot get into the fight, well, we can fairly easily tell that Blood and Friends, they set it up perfectly, and they just win the team fight.
Yeah, they did execute a lot of good plays.
Some days, Trajan, you hate to be right. That day is not one of those days. Up the Brod.
No.
Beck.
Oh, no.
You can't see his head, but Beck was laughing how completely ineffective the dog was. Like,
yeah.
I said Neferi on the desk, like, what is this champion going to do? And in fact, the very last play of the game was Neferi diving into the backline and then subsequently exploding.
Just popped. Yeah, bit of a desperation one there at the end. They're up the Beck, I suppose, as well as the Broad. Correct as always. But yeah, Brackish, this was a bit of a new Broad, right? We've been seeing about 80% of this Broad for in very tough matches up till now.
Yes and no. This is...
Yeah, tell me about it.
You know that one scene from the Two Towers when Gandalf shows up and Legolas apologizes, saying that he thought he was Saruman? And the response is that, like, I am Saruman. This is, I am Broad.
Okay.
Broad as they should have been. This is
Very
the Broad
true.
we expect to see coming into the split. This was coordinated. This was calm. This was, I'm not going to go so far as to say clean, but they did what they needed to do. They correctly identified what their opponent was wanting to do. And yeah, besides a couple of wibbles, like giving Chris Berg some early kills on the Yanara, it worked out pretty much all according to plan.
Yeah, they did get new champed a little bit in the bot side there, and it did really just look like Spark and Zeta just picking a fight, but they didn't win. Just lost.
What did happen though was they adapted well enough, and it was good to see. So, for those of you that need a point of reference, the Yunara ultimate is basically like you're playing against Azeri. You go aggressive, you try and force her to use it, and then you leave. You wait for it to time out, and then take your fight. Super Saiyan mode disabled. She's just a regular champion who now has to stack her Q up.
Yeah,
8 autos it requires before she can do the bouncing damage. If you just don't let her get ult value, much like Azeri, she is so much easier to deal with.
Yeah, goes in the bucket with Swain as well, right? And that's why something that Vigar and Gragas are just great champs to achieve this, right? You do the first engage and you go, psych, didn't mean it, it was a prank. And then you walk away, their ults fall out, and you go, now we're doing it for real, and you've got nothing. And you're manually stacking your Q like a fool. So, yeah, and that was like that. We were... one of the most indicative fights that kind of speaks to that, Brackish, was that Atacon play, where it felt like Broad were playing slow, together, collating on one target, pushing him out next target, playing around the cooldowns. It was, as you say, it's exactly what they should have been doing. This is the Broad that should have been. This is the Broad that we were promised with the continuity of this roster, a roster that knows how to play together, that knows their strengths, and can make good decisions. And that's what we had been lacking for a fair old while. But this was a good start, and against Venom Crest, no less. The defending champions who will not lock RPS today. It's not going to be today. Who's to say if it will be? But they do have 2 more chances, that's for sure. And we'll see if they can lock that one in. But SAM for Venom Crest, I suppose, to wrap up on this game. We may have match stats coming, we may not, we'll find out. If we don't, we'll just go to a break. But for Venom Crest on this one, they're now 3 and 4, as are Rod and Friends. What is your, I guess, as a defending championship team that's trying to build into another strong playoffs performance, where do you think we need to work on for Venom Crest? Where do you think are the flaws that we need to iron out if we're going to try and get playoffs ready for these guys?
I think I want to see a little bit more proactivity from their top side, because right now it really feels like it's going to be the Chris Burke show with Matthew, and then hopefully the rest of the team can follow the moment that they have built their early game lead, and then the rest has been left alone long enough so they also can gain advantage of that lead. But now you are in a situation that you have Refresh on his quote-unquote comfort jacks, which is most of the time also just sacking lane and playing for that lane, playing for the
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for game number 2 here at the Four Nations in the summer season. We have just seen Broad taking down Venom Crest, I should say. And a second game of the day, Rise Gaming versus Bulldog Academy. Now, on the face of it, I'll be honest, guys, I've not watched most of this season in great detail, and I'm thinking, what an imbalanced matchup. What a free win for Rise Gaming. And yet, I check the scores, and we're both 3-3. Lads, what is going on? While I've not been here, what has been going on in this region? I don't understand it. Let's take a look at Rise first. This is the simpler question. They've had one small change. SAM, let's get the roster up here. We've got Tweak in the jungle, replacing, of course, Trizzy last time. A very different influence here. Tell me a little bit about that. How do you think Rise has changed? Have they even changed with this jungler swap? Or are we still mostly kind of playing to the same conditions we were?
Well, of course, every single time that a different player will join your roster, there will be some switch-ups. Like, maybe have a jungler that likes to focus a little bit more on camps and a little bit less on ganking. The same thing here can happen when you have Tweaks sub in, because of course his champion pool is fairly different in comparison to the jungler that they had in the past. But I still feel like, at the very least, you have a core of 4 players that still stay the same, and there's still the opportunity for those 4 to maybe try and form Tweak to play more towards the playstyle that they're used to, instead of like instantly having to adapt to a single player that comes in. But that will of course be fairly difficult for Tweak as well at one point, because, well, his champion pool also needs to connect to something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you want to try and slot in and be synergistic here. You don't want to do your own thing. But that kind of speaks to the previous situation they had, right? Which Brackish was Trizzy is very much a player who does his own thing. He's a very singular player, has a specific pool that can be targeted in certain ways. But my simple question to you, Brack, and I guess this is just for fodder for Trizzy to put in his next diss track, is do you think Rise is better or worse with Tweak?
I think it's kind of apples and oranges. Like,
It's just
Tweak,
different.
it's you know, I won't say apple and oranges, I'll say apples and pears. I feel like they do not the exact same thing, but close enough that, you know, it's basically just like corporate wants you to like show the difference between these two images. Like, Rise is still falling for the same pitfalls that they always have. They have the same ceiling that they always have, and that ceiling is really, really high. But the problem is that sometimes they'll skip a step, they'll disrespect something, and they'll just lose a game as a result.
Sure. So, yeah, so potentially same ceiling and a different colored floor, I guess we can say, on this Rise Gaming. We'll see how that pans out, though. Now, let's get the second roster up. Let's get Bulldog Academy up here. Also 3-3. Now, what in the Leicester City 2015 is going on with Bulldog Academy, guys? They were hopeless last split. Completely hopeless. They get out of relegation, they managed to put a decent performance together to stay in this region, and now they're taking wins off Good Chi, even, you know, without Kurosh, it must be said. They're taking wins off Broad. These are serious wins. SAM, what is going on here? Is this just uncovering quality that has always been here? Is it just magical energy in the air right now? Like, what are we seeing out of Bulldog that's getting them the W's here?
Like, in a way, it is as surprising to me from the stories that you've been telling me about last split, because I wasn't physically there. I didn't necessarily follow the league that closely back then. To hear that a team like this, that I've seen perform last Thursday with fairly clean macro and like decent decision making, that they've suffered for such a long time. And sure, they also had their switch ups, right? Because they now have Death in the jungle. That also can make kind of a big difference. But last Thursday, except for just being the day of upsets that teams didn't win that were supposed to win according to predictions, was also a day of AD carries. And the combination of Magpie with DDD was also a really big surprise in the way that they played their laning phase out fairly well, were able to do basically the same thing as Chrisberg did for his team in the game before, make sure that the rest of the team had a lead to work around, and with that, macro was being played out fairly cleanly, whilst their opponents were just looking for answers, and they couldn't find them.
It definitely doesn't sound like the Bulldog Academy from last split. I understand if those pictures painted do not seem to match up. I fully agree with you, SIM. But Brackish, he mentioned that the last game day was the day of the ADCs, but I understand you'd like to highlight the support instead of Bulldog Academy for us.
They don't get enough credit, and I have to shout out Magpie, because on Thursday, he was the reason DDD got so huge, and the reason that DDD was emboldened enough to go for the on-hit Varus, which did so much work. It felt like that champion sort of walked the game in after a certain point, but it was because Magpie was making space for him. Magpie was throwing out lanterns so that he was never in any real danger. Like, he died a couple of times, sure, but it didn't really disrupt his momentum all that much. He did so much work on the Varus, and Magpie also showing off on, of course, the Thresh, which has not been something that has been popular for the longest time, but with the big armor nerfs to Braum and Alistar, it seems like some people are less eager to just lock those in now, which means that stuff like Thresh can sneak back in.
But then I would also like to add to that Thresh doesn't just add in to the fact that he has some really good support matchups, but I also felt like the team of Bulldog were playing so well around just Lantern being available for some really clutch objective steals that also set them back into a trajectory of being able to clutch some feats of strength that they else never would have gotten, and also just leads in the early game, which then just snowballed into their favor.
Are you referring, perchance, to a very specific moment where Harakari on the Cho'Gath flashes into the pit, feasts a Void Grub, and then takes the Lantern to safety? Also, actually, Harakari, while I'm here, his move to top lane, been great. He's doing fantastically. I think teams need to stop giving him Cho'Gath, but that's... I think that's just sort of league-wide. Like, Cho'Gath is just a top lane inevitability. He's going to get so tanky that, okay, he might not do the most damage, but good luck eating through 8,000 health while you're getting beat on by the rest of his team.
It's not the easiest task, that's for sure. We are going to get draft up right here, but this, I guess we will see how these two questions line up against each other, and, you know, as a side note, of course, you know, supports making AD carries look good. What's new, to be honest? I'm sure Jamsu would agree, that's for sure. As we do get into the draft phase, we're seeing some top lane focus, taking out the more recent addition, the second most recent addition, in Anik from the top side. Gwen and Ambessa removed by Bulldog. And Heimerdinger, the classic Mike Heimerdinger, and an Ezreal taken away by Ryze. So again, it's kind of comfort focused, but or at least from Ryze, but Bulldog trying to take away that specific lane. We haven't even really touched on Aniki, who, Brack, was one of our kind of our best performers, or most exciting new-ish faces that we saw last split that came onto Ryze, and it seems like he's certainly been making an impression up there.
Very quickly, Aniki is becoming one of the premier top laners in the league. He is repeatedly playing very, very well, and it's very unfortunate that sometimes that's not enough for Ryze to win games, as we see. Bulldog identifying that he is the scary person, and I think that's not an unfair assumption to make.
Yep.
As we see Bulldog, it's interesting to me about Mike, because he's one of the quieter ones, shall we say. You're never ever going to let him have Heimerdinger. That's just a fact of life. He usually goes back onto the Nico, and he looks like decent on it. Outside of that, his other champions have not looked great. So we see him locking the Ahri here. It's at least something safe, but it does now allow BB Muffin to pick the Azir, and I not feel particularly worried at all about his position in the game later on.
Yeah, I think quiet is a very nice way to put it, I'll be honest. We don't really see the Mike Akali anymore, I notice. And I don't say they were quiet games, but they certainly didn't go well. And BB Muffin going on to a scaling carry. I'm not going to fault this. Obviously, still one of our best mid laners, has been for a long time, one of the premier carries of Ryze, especially now that Sin's Sivir has been denied. But it's not going to stop him taking a scaler SIM, that's for sure. He's going to go into the Jinx. So for 2 games in a row, we're seeing, you know, a lot of scalers stacked up by one of these teams. But I guess at least the Sin Jinx can still be paired with something down in bot lane that can 2v2 fairly well. It's not like it's sacking the lane with this pick.
Of course, it does survive lane fairly decently, but at the same time, it's also one of those champions that's being used a lot of the time by just switching it up towards the top side if you want to contest Void Grub. So you just basically keep on switching, so it is in a 2v1 matchup, and if Jinx doesn't get contested, eventually she will hit 3 items and will be that like team fighting devastation that you have to work against. So it is just a fairly safe pickup, and I do completely agree with it. But it also, of course, leaves open on the other side the fact that Harikari can once again get get his hands on Cho'Gath, and I thought that there would also be an opportunity for maybe to pick up the mid jungle duo up already, because well, there are so many compositions that you can just combine with an Ahri to make sure you can play a pick-off composition, and that is something that champions like Azir or Jinx will struggle against in the later stages. And I have seen BB Muffin have some really good performances, but last Thursday I really felt like he was really vulnerable on those side lanes, and Azir is one of those champions that, of course, with a little bit more safety when it comes to the dashes in comparison to a Ziggs, still is one of those champions that can be punished if positioned improperly, looking at Humanoid mostly when he was playing back in LEC.
Yeah, we've seen some ugly replays there, that's for sure. Brom locked in with Sin down in the bot lane for Jiangsu, so being able to defend against that Lucian, could block out the culling, can avoid some of the Lucian damage. As we're gonna up the cat right here, we're gonna reveal Master Predictor Beck up there. Not interested in this draft, unfortunately, so we'll see if maybe an interesting pick can grab his attention later on. But we are at the second round of bans taken away, still support focus there. The Rakan, you don't really ever see Lucian Rakan, to be honest, not a common combination. We'll see if any of the normal Lucian pairings are put through there, removing a Lulu or a Nami or a Milio perhaps. But to be honest, we have gotten it tagged up there. We've got the Aniki Ornn, so that would have been a monster scaling comp if the Ornn was going to come through there once again. But of course into Cho'Gath, is there anything that we can really build, like pick into Cho'Gath to take them down? Really, there isn't sort of we're thinking like actual carries and real duelists that aren't necessarily what Aniki goes. Maybe
honestly,
a Yorick, but
I would love to see Aniki go Kerberos and just lock a Vayne in, but
Vayne,
it
sure.
I thought you'd go there.
Require Tweak to pick something that is like full frontline. Maokai is still available, which would be something that could protect these hyperscalers very well. But yeah, quite
more of the Xin Zhao kind of speed for Tweak normally is what we see from this guy. The Trundle again as well would be something I'd expect from him taken away, but we'll see what the choice is going to be. And then for Bulldog, we still need a jungle that is going to tell us a lot about what's actually going to happen on that top side, and we'll see which direction they go in the support as well. SIM, now we're looking for Ryze to lock in something blind, top or jungle. Any thoughts as to how we can build something good into this comp?
It would make most sense that you pick top lane because Cho'Gath's already showing, and you know that you can have a counter pick into it. It is going to be the Rumble on red side.
You know what I'm seeing?
A lot of things has been said about.
It's coming out. Okay.
This feels like the freest R5 Jarvan angle, but it depends on whether Bulldogs see it, because obviously Jarvan's pretty damn good in his own right here. Like, make it so Sin has to respect.
It's tough to lock down a Lucian Ahri. You're really looking to cook the Cho'Gath in it. If you're getting a Cho'Gath, a Jarvan Rumble, and maybe the Xin that they've locked in, but of course the ultimate can protect him against that Rumble ult if he's in the Cataclysm. So
honestly, I think just put literally. You know how when you play against Olaf, some Olafs just don't take flash. It's it's just the Jarvan's responsibility. Put Olaf in timeout for 5 seconds.
Yeah,
like
just
put
Cataclysm and EQ out and leave him in the
when he can't
box,
affect the fight for 5 seconds, and when he's slowly ticking down to an equalizer, so that he's nice and tenderized, ready for the Jinx to kill after the fact.
Yeah, hopefully Jinx has already gotten the first kill on this Nami, perhaps, and now has so much speed that you can't hit him with a Rupture anymore, as it is going to be the standard Lucian pairing. So, final answer, jungle for Ryze Gaming here. If it's going to be the Jarvan, SAM, is there anything else you think? And they've already taken away the Xin Zhao on the
Still
other
like
side.
the Maokai as well, but yeah, it's not very Tweak.
Maokai is always an opportunity, knowing what the strength is of Bloodletter's Curse at the moment. They are in the end going for the Vi, and I do think that I can relate to the thinking pattern, because of course when you look at a champion like Jarvan, and indeed like Breck just said, like you can put a Cho'Gath in a timeout box. That's fun, but at the same time, you also want to just get onto carries, and seeing 2-3 dash available already to get out of the box, you want to look for something else. And this is just point and click. No one's going to get away from it. You are just going to get on top of the enemy carry, and there's nothing they can do against it.
But where's the follow-up, SIM? Like, in the first 20 or so minutes, if this Vi goes forwards carelessly, she's just gonna die. Like, that's not the point of the game. We're waiting for 3-item Azir, basically. For the Vi to go in, and then Azir to follow up and scoop. You've got a Jinx that doesn't, like... if you're trying to engage from a considerable distance, Jinx is just running to try and follow. Braum is just running to try and follow. Azir can dash. Sure. Rumble is just running to try and follow. Can maybe drop the equalizer at long range just to make sure you've got some extra damage on top of your target.
Slow and everything, yeah.
There is also just the simple tail as old as time thing you can do against a Vi, which is, okay, I've been targeted with Vialt. I'm going to flash back. My team is going to put a wall, aka Harakari's Cho'Gath, between you and the rest of your squad. We're going to eat you and then take the 4v5.
It's going to be some kind of a reverse kidnap. Yeah, I mean, it works.
Yeah, it's a pretty risky choice to be made by Tweak here. We'll see how they manage those in the later fights. Let's take a look at the predictions that we had, obviously made pre-draft, as we know. And what's it going to be? 2 Rise, and we have a Bulldog Enjoyer here in SAM. And of course, as someone who has not seen Bulldog at their very worst, which is truly terrible, they've only seen a really solid 3-3 split with a lot to like, which I respect. And to be honest, Rob were the underdogs last game, and look how that went. So SAM, tell us about this Bulldog prediction into Rise, especially now we see the draft. Where do you think the win's going to come from here?
Well, like, to me, it once again comes from the same direction as why my previous prediction went for Venom Crest. I think that it's really good to have tempo, and of course you are coming off a high on against a team that was also fairly highly rated in comparison to Rise, who once again dropped the game. So if you just account for that deficit, and you are able to show me that you can play fairly good macro and good decision making where your opponent is just guessing what answer that they have to give, I feel like at least one day a year a dog will have its day, but maybe today or maybe this year there will be multiple dog days. Therefore Bulldog Academy will take it today.
Yeah. Brack, are we gonna stick with Rise? We're gonna take the sort of game show fallacy statistical value where it's always correct to switch again in game 2, or are we...
This is a cat house.
It's not, no dogs here. No dogs to be found.
But also, you know what? I was this close. I was like this close to heel turning again, because that Vi, I hate it. Honestly, I don't like the Vi in this draft at all. I think it's, why not just pick something that can be more hold the opponent at arm's length and let your carries do their job? Vi is not that, not even close. And again, Braum is going to be good for that, but they could have really indexed into that. And while, sure, you can't dive or pick as hard, I think I would prefer a fully cohesive comp with one identity that is really, really good at that one identity than picking the Vi and diluting it to the point that I think a straight up 5v5 isn't as just free as it would have been otherwise.
Well, there's only one way to find out, everybody, and that's by playing it out on the Rift. Let's pass it back over to Ollie and Rob to take it away for game number 2.
Very much. Well, thank you very much, guys. Well,
Are you muted? Ollie, you muted.
Rob.
Muted.
I don't think I'm muted. No.
Okay.
Rob. Well, you sat quite a bit annoyed there, I gotta be honest.
I know it's the wrong word. I disagree with Brack. I disagree. I think this Vi is actually quite good here. One, it's one of Tweak's best champions. He is incredibly good on this Vi. It sets very well for the Rumble, and more importantly, I think it's very good against the Lucian and against the Ahri. When the Lucian steps up in the mid game, as we'll see our predictions here. Please tell me mine is... Yes, Rise, you've gone for the dogs. You're up the underdogs. You like the dogs themselves. But yeah, I really like Rise's draft. I think it's coherent. I think you picking up Jinx, which I think is a very strong AD carry at the moment, along with the lane swap kind of stuff we see coming down. I think the Vi is very good into the Lucian and the Ahri. And I think the Lucian in general should have a harder time playing this kind of mid-game power spike where it gets the rapid fire. It plays around mid because you can just pull that trigger onto it with the Jinx. You can then, even you say, where's the follow-up? You've got the Rumble ult. That's good enough for me. There's no real way of stopping it. And I think Tweak is a very experienced Vi player. He isn't going to sit there and just go, I'm going. There are some Vi's in this league that might do that. But he is not the kind of player that will just say, I'm going in, boys, permanently. They'll wait for the play. The way you want to play these fights, stand off with Jinx Azir, look for that one target, Vi Rumble, get the reset on Jinx, and the game is over. And that's what I think Rise are going to be going for here. I'm pretty happy with it. I was saying in the draft, I really want the Vi to come through last pick with the Rumble pick. This is LPL through and through. This is an LPL style draft. Rise are an LPL style team. Let's see it happen. I want to see this tweak Vi. We haven't seen it, by the way, in this league. It used to be permaban last split, and we've not seen it this split, I believe. So we'll have to see if he how good he is, because when I coached him on Gucci, this was a champ that was permabanned, and we never got to play any game.
So I'm guessing this is it. This is what the moment we've all been hyped up for this now, Rob. Thanks to your little speech. And hey, you've hyped me up. I really want to see this combo in the top lane. I mean, I'm a huge Rumble enjoyer. I love Rumble's Ultimate, the Equalizer. One of my favorite film trilogies. Also, it just deals so much damage, and I like just melting people. But another sort of interesting thing that I really wanted to get your grips behind is, well, what's on the bot side? Like, how do you see both matchups kind of pinning into each other?
So I think here, discussing the matchup is important, but more discussing about how Rise do their lane swaps.
Yes.
Because even though you've picked the Rumble, let's not forget Rumble is not poor in a lane swap scenario because can very easily clear those waves. So this Lucian army should have a better time of it early on, but if you are Rise and you initiate those lane swaps, doing the kind of the LCK style of letting them slow push into you, you do get the swap off, and then you'll be able to get this Jinx out the lane. If you're perma swapping like this, which Rise have shown some competency in pulling off lane swaps, it will mean that Sin can get to that mid game pretty free. If you are Bulldog, though, I think your focus is on this bot lane, right? I think you want to get this Lucian ahead, because if you look elsewhere, are you playing for the top side? Probably not. You can just let Cho kind of deal with that as he goes. You might be able to get a little gank off here and there. Mid lane, Azir is going to be pretty safe here. So it's just going to come down to get this Lucian fed, then, as we always like to see with Lucian, control that mid lane around that 2-item spike, and then push that into a win. Because the Dogs have had some pretty good games so far this split, Ollie. They didn't win a split game last split, and they've already picked up a couple here. So hopefully they show a little bit more promise against what many had as one of the top teams in the league, now really fallen off its pedestal.
Absolutely. And, let's not mention that this has been a really good season for Bulldogs. They've absolutely smashed their record of 1 win last season, and there's already a little bit of early poke in that bot lane, but yeah, it's definitely something to keep an eye out for. And look, they've come to this season, they've sort of refreshed their mental, they've refreshed their sort of mindset coming into this split, and they've been fantastic, as compared to their progress. Well, compared to their sort of progress last season, it's like a different team almost, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, I would say those 2 wins of when we've seen Pivotal was the previous jungler they had in, now they have in Death. Which is a crazy name in the jungle, but Pivotal was very instrumental in their wins on the Wukong pick. It's interesting to see now how Bulldog adapt to having this roster change in jungle. They've already had a couple games where it hasn't looked so good for the new jungler coming in. As I believe Pivotal, by the way, as a side, we wish him the best. I believe he's gone to LPL LOL. He's gone to Portuguese League One, which is maybe we might even see him at EMEA Masters, which will be another one from the UK scene that's got up to the high leagues. But either way, yeah, Bulldog. They've looked a lot better this bit, as we see Tweak here looking for an invade. He is very confident on this Vi pick. He is very, very confident. It's one of his best picks. He has been spotted on a ward, though, so he's going to need support, and soon.
He is. And it's already there. Jansu and Sin just waiting there. Ooh, ulti really, really low. I mean, if that Vi was just a little bit closer, maybe they've got a bit of a dive onto there, but nope. Nothing coming from that. They do get the level 3 earlier, DDD, than their opponents. Sin still stuck at level 2.
I like his recall, though. He went for a cheeky little recall off of helping on that invade, picking up the cull, which will mean that if you then go for this lane swap, which I am predicting, because I do think Rise should be looking for this Jinx to get swapped into that Cho'Gath, it will mean that you get basically farming for free and get a free 300 gold, which is nothing to scoff at. So I do like this choice by Sin, who, despite falling down, they look for swappers. Okay, there's a lot of pressure in mid.
Flash, yeah.
Yeah, Tweak's here, but, I mean, this is just, at the moment, very chaotic, and there's a lot of, fighting over the scuttle. Is Tweak going to go for this? He has push in top. He's just going to let it go. So BBB DDD is on the other team. BB will in Muffin in mid will look for the recall, look for the TP, and cagey stuff early on. I just want to keep saying it. I want to see this swap from Rise because I really don't want to see this Lucian Nami get to this sort of chance to control and power through this bot lane.
Absolutely, and I think you sort of made a really interesting point earlier on about the matchup between Ahri and Azir. I mean, it's not what it used to be, is what you said, and to explain just a little bit more.
Yeah,
about...
well, we saw years ago when it was, I think, Rogue won the Ellie's, and it was off the back of, you know, the matchup at the time was Ahri versus Azir, and you saw often it was the Ahri counterpick into the Azir matchup. You'd have to see, you know, the Ahri would go Merc Treads, then just bully the lane. It's not that same level of difficulty that you saw back then. Which I believe was like, I can't remember how long ago that was. That was ages. But either way, the Azir now can actually have a good time of it with, you know, rune changes, with a bunch of other stuff. You can see just the damage he puts down. It's hard for the Ahri to maybe step up. It's not a complete swing the other way, but with a competent Azir in the form of BB and an Ahri, which it is one of Faulty's or Mike's best champs, it's still not, you know, his best, but he's still up there. You can still see the Azir can match that lane now, and Azir as a champion on this current patch, Ollie, is so strong that the fact they have this consistent damage dealer along with the Jinx and the ability to play front to back and then go for a snap engage, if you're Rise, this early game going the way it is, you're feeling pretty happy because you're ahead in top a little bit, but you're just pretty much relatively even, is the best way to look at it. CS is even, and you've got the better team fighting problem. If you're
Absolutely.
Rise, you're feeling so happy.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, we're seeing that, like, as of now. I mean, look at Faulty. He's just constantly under pressure. He's going to have to recall pretty soon. He's not full HP, nor full mana, but however, there is a bit of action going on in the mid lane. There was a bit of an engage, but just backing away. Faulty just still staying. I mean, I kind of respect it, but needs to be a bit careful as Baby Muffin does have that level 6, so any sort of crazy play from that Azir could result in a nice kill for them, but
Ulti is level 5 as well at the moment. Hasn't ticked over to 6. Will probably offer that wave, but the big thing here is the push that BB has gotten in mid has meant that Tweaks had free reign to grab this dragon. The Xin Zhao resets just means that this goes over to the side of Rise. Feel good again. Let's keep pointing out, late game, I'm massively favouring Rise's comp here.
absolutely.
I'm so much more confident in Rise's comp, even with the Cho'Gath on the enemy team. I just think that the damage Rise has, the reset potential, the team fight, you know, stand your ground. This Cho'Gath isn't the same problem in the past, right, for other teams, because you've got multiple champions that will get through his HP in an Azir that will very likely look towards building Liandry's in a game where you've got a Rumble who can go towards building that Liandry's, so the Cho is not as scary as it has been in the past. So I'm very confident in Rise's late game. So getting that early Drake, 5 minutes added to the clock, they can now just play chill for the next few minutes, just keep farming. They haven't gone for the lane swap because at the moment Rise's bot lane is having a quite good time of it, to be honest with you. They should be much further behind than they actually are in a matchup where you've got Lucian Nami versus a Jinx and a Braum. So Bulldog, this early game, which is usually their strength, usually they fall off at 15 minutes and make these kind of mistakes. It's not going the way of Bulldog. It's a 100 gold lead, it's nothing. But for Rise, that's all they want. That's what they care about having, is just being even.
Absolutely, and the Berserkers and Swifties coming on for that bot duo down for Rise. Obviously, that Berserker is going to add to that disgusting Jinx attack speed, and there is finally a lane swap coming in. Rob, it's the one you wanted, and
you need to see it. It needs to happen in this game, really, if you're going to play the Jinx.
It's very interesting though. There is a bit of action happening towards that Grubs. Bulldog, they have started it, but there's going to be very little contest. There's 4 players as that Vi does go in. It's going to be an absolute... Well, the equalizer goes in, but the shuffle's big. Oh, it's disgusting. The shuffle at the correct time just launches the members of Bulldog, 3 members, onto that equalizer, and it just burns them to smithereens. And very well executed by Rise. What a play there.
They pull it off. This is the kind of thing we're expecting to see. You see there, the Vi goes in to try and keep them involved, The 5 members come in. We see the TP also having been used by the Rumble to make sure he was there. They wait for the right moment. They go in. It doesn't look the best for Rise initially, but then BB comes up with a huge shuffle, which this is what you expect when he's on a champion like the Azir. He is very, very confident on the Emperor of Shurima. Really, really happy to see that. And now you're seeing the leads across the board. Look at the score. Look at the gold. It's already 1,000 in favor of Rise on a comp that I'm favoring later. My prediction, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling pretty damn good from the draft and from even the pre-draft prediction, because Rise, they came to play today. They've not had the best couple of last weeks. They lost to Inquick, lost to Good Chi. They weren't feeling the happiest, and now coming into today, they're showing really what they can do. It's very clean early game coming out of Rise.
Absolutely, and there's already a massive gap, like you said, especially in that top side. I mean, that Rumble is looking pretty scary, building towards that Leandri. He's going to try and absolutely melt that Cho'Gath. And it's already happening. He misses the Q rather weirdly and just gets a lot of early damage off.
It's difficult to play this lane. It's difficult, right? You love Rumble. I love the fact that Rise have picked this champion up, because I was questioning it. They're not going to go, like, the Cho'Gath blinders. Hold on, there's a fight. Never mind, BB's caught.
In the meantime, the Nami wave comes out and BB goes down. Jamsu manages to escape, but out of nowhere, BB just getting a little bit overconfident in his own jungle. Just really, really good play there. I've got to be honest. I mean, they're definitely taking that more aggressive stance, clearing out Rise's blue side. So
They're playing around their strengths. They're playing around their strengths there, which is the Lucian lane at this point. Obviously, spikes on Essence Reaver, then spikes on Rapid Fire. So they want to try and play for this Drake, which is coming up in 40 seconds. They're looking to make a play on mid lane onto Tweak and Jamsu. The charm.
It's a nice charm, and I believe it will be.
Oh, he's dead.
Jamsu does go down. What a charm from Faulty there. Good old Mike. Just a very nice charm. Good setup. It's an easy kill to get as well. I mean, he's going nowhere. That Braum just going absolutely nowhere.
The right now, I was praising Rise for a really solid, consistent early game, not giving away too much, and suddenly 2 kills going. That's a caster curse and a half, isn't it, really? Like, that's unbelievable. They are looking to posture around this Drake again, as all the members of Rise are coming down for this. I like this. You've got the teamfight comp. Cho'Gath doesn't have TP, so with Rumble coming down with the Equalizer, this should easily be Rise's Drake to take. What happened there was that BB didn't respect the fact that Tweak was on the other side of the map, and so it just gave the opportunity for Bulldog to actually...
Oh, they're going in.
1 second.
Tweak does go in, and the Equalizer's there once more. Deals a hefty amount of damage, and it will burst down. That Xin Zhao. Oh, the chase ultimate. Oh, unlucky not to find anyone with that. Does get Mike really, really low, and Magpie really, really low. That is really... Yeah, that's really unlucky, Rob. I've got to be honest. If that
it's unlucky for Sin.
Yeah, really unlucky.
It's really unlucky. Really, really is. It does mean now that they get the Drake, they get that extra kill, as DDD is not in the best spot. Hold on a second,
Hold
Jamsu.
on a second. Jamsu, very aggressive on that Braum, and rewards his ADC with a kill. And DDD does go down, and, you know, there's a couple plates being lost here, Rob. A lot of pressure mounted in this bot side. The tempo has sort of flipped in the complete opposite way.
Yeah, Rise had that early fight on the Grubs. Then you suddenly see Bulldog strike back in the bot side jungle, picking up a kill here and there, which was like, okay, Bulldog, they actually came to play. They're not just going to roll over. And now suddenly they give over the Dragon, they give over the kill on the Xin Zhao, and now DDD stepping up far too far. I really like that from Jamsu, just saying, listen, mate, this is not your lane at the moment. We're going to take it over. Pick up that kill, get 2 plates onto, albeit split between 3 members, but get those 3 plates over, or 2 plates over. Actually 3, never mind. I can't count. But either way, it's really good players. Faulty's here.
Does flash.
There's no Spirit Rush available yet for Faulty. It's just come up now. So it means that Aniki, burning that flash is going to be completely safe. And if you are the side of Bulldog, I think you're scrambling here to try and make something happen, because you've lost a lot from the fact that you've given over these kills now. The Jinx is 2-0-3, got that Yuntal finished, looking to potentially go towards either what I'd like to see being an IE, but very likely going to end up being a Lord Dominic's Regards with that longsword in inventory. So this is where you're starting to see the spikes coming through. Look at the item completions for the side of Rise on a comp that outscales. Yes, there's item completions on the side of Bulldog, but they're nowhere near as impactful here, Ollie. And Malignance, not really. Son of Sky, pretty good for Xin Zhao. Kanik is nice on the side for Cho, but still the lane is very hard with that. Leandri's finished on the Rumble. And you're just seeing the fact that the item spikes are going to be stronger for Rise. The team fight should be a lot stronger. So slowly but surely, Bulldog are going to have to look for plays aggressive on the other side of the map. They're doing it on bot lane. They're looking to pick up a Niki potentially.
They are indeed, but
he's just
going to back away. He's just absolutely chilling. He's going where he wants to. He almost did like a wild goose chase. Like they sort of misread his position.
They used the blast cone, the empowered blast cone, and Niki just ran round the other side. They are looking for a dive potentially, but this is a Rumble. He's used Equalizer already. He can just potentially look for a walkout. He is walking into them. I think he is.
He is walking into them, and I believe he will go down here, and that could be shut down onto that Rumble. I think definitely misplayed, a little bit overconfident, or just not really just misreading the amount of players that were there for that Rumble, but. They do trade mid-tier 1. This Jinx is dealing a lot of damage. So strong early on, and that's the worrying thing. She only gets stronger from this point.
And that call to make the play on a Niki, by the way, has led to everywhere across the map being opened up. So now, even though BB won't get this, the top tower is very, very low. You lose mid-tier 1, which isn't what you really want to be seeing this early on into the game. 15 minutes is the number when Bulldog starts falling apart, and almost directly on that time, but top mid-turret falls. So the overplay in bot has led to them losing mid-turret, top turret's taking very low, and now this Jinx, as you're saying, strong, now actually going for an eye, just sat on the longsword and said, I really like how Sid is playing this so far. I think this is a guy that's been a bit underrated in the UK scene. We think he's pretty good, but he's, names like Spark and Fuyu are often put above him. Rhythm. I think he's had a phenomenal last split and really solid this split as well. And so him being fed on this Jinx, maybe he can make something happen in this game where he is the main carry, which is often not the case for Sin's teams. Just happy to see Rise coming back to today with a little bit of a changed mindset because they're really struggling as Jamsu's caught.
Jamsu does manage to get away. Yeah, they're not really finding these sort of engages the way they want to. Bulldog. They identify their target, but they don't really they don't follow up.
It's hard to though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like you've got the Ahri, that's fine. But like if your Xin Zhao's dashing in, who's your other sort of way of getting in there? It's like a Cho'Gath knockup, Ahri charm. It's not many. Kakachi's not the playmaker as Death is caught.
Go in. Yeah, a little bit of man advantage. Finally, BB Muffin does come up, but that is a shutdown onto the Vi and the TP behind them. The shuffle is used, and I must say, BB Muffin does really, really, really well to get out there, but that's not ideal. Tweak just getting a little bit too aggressive. Did just go straight in by himself, Rob.
I said he wouldn't do it, and he did it. I think there's a lot of things that they're actually going to contest this. Hold on a second. Are they actually contesting this, Rice? Wait, hold up a minute. They're coming in with the Equalizer.
The Equalizer. And they do. Look at the damage. This Rumble's on fire. He's beaming opponents down, but he will pay for it. Sin is still alive, just trying to deal as much damage as possible.
The damage is
look
crazy.
How much damage. DDD, 1 HP. Oh my goodness. BB Muffin tries to chase, but I don't think he will get the kill. Oh my goodness. They need Sin in these fights. He's absolutely terrifying.
And it's scary because once that Jinx reset comes through, as it gets longer and longer into this game, it's going to be harder and harder to deal with her. You don't really have that same, you don't have like hard engage that locks her down, right? You've got like Cho'Gath who's going to go for a knockup. You've got Xin Zhao who's going to have to get on top of her and deny her autos from his ultimate. But then the rest of it is like, does Lucian really want to like check to the Jinx that's resetting? Probably not. So right there, you see Rise go for a recontest. That's a good sign of the fact that they go, okay, we can make a play here. We can look for something to happen, as we also see item completion for Rumble. Another one, we see the Bloodletter's Curse, which means that Cho'Gath is going to find it even harder to stay tanky in these fights. And I'm just so happy to see Rise, despite making a mistake on the Drake, looking to get some exit kills. They just need to make sure that they play this front-to-back style. Vi can fit in most comps. Don't just play YOLO into them. Have the Azir, have the Jinx standing her ground. Don't allow for these TP flanks. You need Rumble there as well. Just 5v5s and you should be good, because if you try and go for a pick, it's actually quite hard without the full commit of the whole of the Rise team to get a pick like in a 2 versus 2 kind of scenario, because once you do ult, say, the Ahri, she's going to ult away, and you won't have any follow-up damage to kill her without the Rumble ultimate. So let's make sure, let's play together, let's play the 5-5. But overall, Rise looking pretty good as a comeback there. Jinx, she's working her way towards the IE. She's already got, you know, the pickaxe, she's got the BF sword. It's not far away now at all, Ollie.
Yeah.
Once that Jinx gets 3 items, I want a cool time on this game. Because I think this is going to be a disgusting AD carry performance coming out of Sin.
I mean, he's already being such a threat, and hasn't died once, by the way, despite playing into it, Xin Zhao and Ahri. Champs that will be looking to just get on top of her and dive her as much as possible. But she's just saying, no, you can't catch me, I'm too quick, and I'm only going to get quicker, I'm only going to get more scary. And a bit of a reset coming in here for 3 of the members of Rise. Oh, okay, Faulty just getting a little bit of a charm off there. The Atakan has spawned in the meantime, and I think they're going to look to try and potentially go for this, or maybe get a bit of mid-prio first. There is definitely going to be some action here. That Rumble is coming down from that top lane, and it's just about who goes first.
Yeah, it's just about, you know, if you are playing the Rise comp, you just want to play it slow.
Yeah.
You just want to play around Azir poking, a few Jinx rockets here and there, look for some Rumble, you know, Electro Harpoons, and then look for a commit onto a target that's out of position. And if you are the side of Bulldog Academy, you're looking, again, plays off of Ahri charms, plays off of Cho knockups, and that's going to be harder to do with like a Braum there as well, who's just going to counter engage. So it's going to be very cagey stuff where neither team really wants to be the first to pull the trigger, as BB is caught, throws out the Emperor's Divide, and gets absolutely no one. So this is a mistake by Rise. Hold on, this is a huge mistake.
It's a massive mistake. And that heart still pops up immediately onto that Rumble, but in the meantime, the Equalizer is used. BB Muffin does go down, but so does Aniki in that
Jinx
top
is
lane.
free. Oh, Jinx!
Oh, very, very close. Look at that damage. It's explosive. Jamsu follows up. DDD is slowed. Weak gets a kill. And can they look to get this 5th kill? It's only that Ahri. He's already slowed.
She's not getting back to base.
No,
She's dead.
She is absolutely gone in the dustbin. And that will be a tier 2 turret for Rise Gaming. A really well played fight there, Rob.
And Atakan as well is very much on the cards. With the Jinx with the IE completed, should do enough damage to pick up this objective. And it's just it looks like a mistake for Rise, because BB gets caught, ends up throwing the Emperor's Divide on literally no one, and then Aniki TVs into a knockup. Wait, hold on, the Choso. Is he going to come for a steal?
No.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
There.
Okay.
Never mind. Never mind.
He's leaving with his tail between his legs. But yeah, it looks like a mistake because Aniki gets caught by knockup, but I just think Bulldog overextends into choke points where the Jinx is free hitting, and the Cho'Gath now. This is the slow, inevitable death of Cho'Gath.
Harry Carry does go down, overextending. I mean, you either full commit to the steal or just die trying. It's definitely not the play there. It's a hard life.
Yeah, it's a hard life for the Cho'Gath in the top lane, as this Drake will also go over putting Rise on the soul point. It's not the best soul. Hold on.
Oh, the
okay, never
attempted
mind.
steal
Death
does get shut down. Sin, another kill. 5 kills, 8 assists. A massive bounty. This Jinx, it's getting to that point where it's like, okay, this could be game over pretty shortly.
He's just fully completed PD. He's just fully completed PD. So he's now 3-item Jinx. Yeah, I think this might be a game. It's going to be so hard for Bulldog to actually get through this. They've made a couple mistakes here. That fight looks so good. They end up being overextending and giving Jinx the resets and the kills. And then after that, Harry Carry gets caught in one state. They go for a steal. Magpie should not be hit. What the hell is going on?
Magpie in a spot above her does go down. BB Muffin, an excellent Emperor's Divide there. And Harry Carry going down once again. Bulldog are definitely mentally, I would say, boomed at this point. It's looking pretty shaky. Error after error.
It's looking really poor. I mean, I guess Rise have faced death and said not today, as there's a kill in the middle lane as well. This Jinx is so strong. They can't kill her. He's going to live. I think we got a cool time on this one. It's going to take a miracle coming out of Bulldog at this point. It's going to have to come from a miracle charm from Faulty, a bubble from Kakashi. It's going to have to be something that catches Jinx, who's Sin has played this honestly incredibly well, spacing really well, not overextending, looking for the resets where he can, and this kind of goes to show how we've been underrating Jinx in comp for quite a while. Obviously, this isn't the highest level of play, but this champion, if you can get it to this 3-item spike at the moment, with the buffs to stuff like PD, which got massively buffed as well, even though you can still go Runins in some games, this champion on that 3-item spike just becomes an absolute team fighting monster, where one reset usually results in the team fight win, and we're seeing it today in this game. I'm just so sad for Bulldog, because I feel like they did punch back a little bit earlier on, but they've just made so many mistakes now, where coming back is going to have to come back with Rise making those mistakes, and I just don't see them doing it. It's going to have to be incredibly poor play from Rise to make this game competitive again. However, we've seen teams throw bigger leads in the league than this.
Absolutely. And
shout out Broad and Friends, shout out Broad and Friends.
much love with love. The Baron coming up now, dropping a nice ward on there. Probably going to play around this mid lane. Going to look to try and get maybe some form of opening, but they can't contest this. The only way that I would say a really good flipping point in this scenario for this Baron is if they somehow get any form of steal. That could definitely be a massive flipping point, and it's the objective gold as well. 6,000 HP. They do lock up that Brawn ultimate and the equalizer. Baron has reset though, so they've done a good service there. But in the meantime, Lucian DDD does manage to get a kill, and they're following up, Rob. The commentator's curse.
Jinx is not touched.
The Jinx has not been touched though, and she's just exploding player after player. Look at this damage. Oh, it does go down. It's a triple kill. They started so well, Rob. They started so well. But this Jinx is absolutely a mountain to climb. And yeah, not the target they have, well, to be honest, they should have really attacked her, but they just didn't. They didn't go for her specifically, and
they're just looking for anything, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're just looking for any kill. They're like focusing the Vi because, well, that's the obvious target. They're focusing the Rumble because that's the obvious target. And I think that here, this is where the comp from Rise comes in as well, because it's so hard to get to the Jinx in the first place without having to kill these targets. And if she's free firing, she's now going to be working towards the Lord Dominic's regard. So once that comes online, you're talking about, you know, the full crit coming online. She's then going to be able to work towards whatever item she wants, which I don't even think the game's going to get to that point, by the way. Yeah. I don't think we're getting full build Jinx, but unless a big mistake comes out of Rise. I just think that you need to focus this Jinx. You have to look for some weird angles, and it's so hard to get those angles in this game. Faulty's going to have to come up with a big charm. He's only 2.5 items on this Ahri. Is that enough to kill the Jinx through Brawn Peel, through, you know, the peel of an Azir shuffle? You know, the amount of damage coming through, the Jinx probably one-shots you anyway. She's got barrier available. They're going here, Bulldog, but I think it's too little too late.
It's too little too late. The equalizer's already out. That Cho'Gath has been found. The Nami wave is there, but it's a nice shuffle as it splits the opponent completely apart. Bulldog in a massive spot of bother here, and Sin probably would just look to try and get rid of these turrets, open up this base maybe a little bit, or just go straight to that Baron.
They're picking this, Bulldog. They're picking why is Tweak on the Drake here? But I think if you're Rise, with everyone down from the top side, I think you can take both, as it's going to be very hard for you to even look to steal or do anything like this if you are the side of Bulldog. So I like this from Rise, not leaving anything up on the table at all. Nothing is available for Bulldog to take as compensation, and they even get the top turret as well. So Rise are playing 3 points at once. They're playing Drake, they're playing Baron, they're playing top turret, but they can do that because they can't. Bulldog don't have a chance of denying the play coming through, as BB's recalling in their face. If you're DDD here, you are in a bad spot.
And he does. He gets 2. BB Muffin is on fire. Yes, he pays with his life, but he gets 2, and that Jinx rocket from the other side of the map. The Rumble's there as well. This is looking terrifying. Equalizer just burning the HP
Oh,
down.
Xin
But Xin Zhao is in a spot above her as Tweak is already there. Goes through that wall immediately onto him. And Tweak's just going to carry on. There's no fear here from Tweak. And why not? He's just going to carry on. This Vi pick you spoke about earlier, Rob, it's really shining through now. He can be this aggressive because of players like Sin that constantly are there delivering that damage, that follow-up, which you explained earlier is just... It's come true, Rob. The prophecy has come true.
Yeah, the prophecy has come true. Again, it's something where we haven't seen Tweak on this champ very often in the UK. It's one of his most played champions of all time, especially in comp. And I think that, hold on, there's a beautiful glacial fissure from Jamsu on absolutely no one. Maybe just denying them entry to deny resets or something. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But no, I really like it just because of the fact that it provides some playmaking for Tweak, which I think what was struggling in some of the other drafts. He would play a Pantheon into drafts where he's Pantheon, short-range champion for playmaking with just the stun, and he couldn't get onto people. He was playing through tanks. He was struggling to make stuff happen. So I like giving this player a little bit more option, especially with the fact you go for a combo for Aniki, who has been an incredibly good player. Spitters, Death, this isn't your jungle, mate. Death comes for you, but he's not coming today.
In a spot above it is Death, but he's immediately going down. This could be it. Equalizers there, slowing down any member of Bulldog, and they're just going to look to end here. It's going to be Rise delivering a very convincing, strong, dominant win, courtesy of Sin and Tweak. And may I say, what a performance, Rob, from this team.
Absolutely. They've come back. They looked dodgy versus Inquick. They looked really dodgy versus Good Chi. And they needed to start getting some more wins on the board to sort of give themselves the chance of getting up a bracket, right? Because they played well against Belfast. That didn't happen. But we expect that from Belfast, right? We expect them not to be able to make that happen. But today, against the Dogs, who have made some upset wins this split so far. They've beaten Good Chi. They've beaten Rod and Friends in the very first day. I almost forgot who that team was for a sec. They've made some upset wins. Didn't happen today. From start to finish, other than a tiny bit, like 2-3 kills.
Yeah,
I think this was all Rise all the way. Great performance, especially coming out of Sin. He's my MVP for this game, but shout out to the ADC.
Fantastic. Rob, it's been a pleasure. And we're going to hand it over to our lovely desk, who I'm sure will have a lot to say about this match.
Thank you very much, Ollie and Rob. It's all back to normal, isn't it, folks? I'm back in the Four Nations. We've got Sin and Jamsu winning. We've got Brod and Friends winning. It's all good, man. It's all UK all day today. Oh my word. Solid win by Rise Gaming, Brackish and Bulldog. They were getting some picks, some kills here and there, but kind of as Rob said, right, it just kind of felt like it was Rise all the way today.
I did somewhat forget to factor in, and I will put my hands up, the Tweak is just a really good Vi.
I forgot he's the GOAT. Damn.
I was visualizing a slightly different composition, and I will maintain in my brain space that that composition could have been just as good, but Tweak put on a great show, so yeah. Hats off to him. He definitely got the value out of that champion that I feared he might not. And, I mean, yeah, when your end goal is setting up your drinks for success, well, we only have to look down to Sin stats to see that went pretty well. Over 3 times the damage of his opposite number.
Yeah, SIM, we did draw just about a 40k bomb from Sin right there, and even in some of these later fights that looked a little rough around the edges, perhaps a little loosely judged.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Four Nation Summer of 25. I'm AC here on the desk, joined by Nick V and Rory B here, who is also going to be transcending space and time over to before and after the desk. And I want to start off, Rory. How are we doing today here? For this first match, we're gonna have Gucci versus Bandits, but I want to know, how you doing? How you feeling here coming into to the desk as well? Thank you. Thank you. Now, I mean, I appreciate you a ton. And Nick V, I know you're not on the same boat as we are. I'm starting to enjoy the company of Rory B here on the desk, man.
I always enjoy Rory B being here. I mean, he's one of my people who has his first name and then the last, a letter as the last name. We're just alike. We're brothers. But I have to say, with you in the green room saying like, yeah, I'm living in like 35 degrees, it's kind of ironic that you're named AC. Just saying.
And I don't have one myself. Isn't that astoundingly good? But we're here to watch good quality League of Legends so I can dip my toes in the up. We have the rosters here for you guys for this first match, Gucci versus the Bandits, and we're gonna toss them over to the screen to take a look at what we're who we're working with today, because the Bandits, they were counting with Wyozna last week here on the top lane. Lars is coming back here, looking forward in the jungle. Rail mid, Cavia Vampire in the bot lane with Arpis. And now I know Nick has opinions about the roster and how they play. We know, like, I like their games. I'm gonna be honest. I like their early games. I like their early to mid games here.
Yes, they have very strong early games, and like specifically, I think Lars is bringing a lot of hype with him, like especially at the beginning of the split. But unfortunately, so far he has not been able to convert his lane dominance into a game victory. I mean, it was 0-6, but it was close.
They're close 0-6, man. You know, give them a break. It's best of ones.
Yeah, it really is, but I like that Lunka4 is playing right now, because I feel like when Trizzy plays, I feel like there's kind of a mismatch between who wants to be the star carry between him and Lars, and Lunka4 is more one of those junglers that is like, okay, I can just be on tank duty if I really need to be. With him, they usually have a bigger front line, so a bigger chance to win against Gucci, I would say.
All right. One point that you did bring to the table, Nick, was the fact that both these teams do suffer a little bit on the draft side. And I do tend to agree, especially in best of ones, never like necessarily easy to draft accordingly. And Rory, I wanted to start because we need to look at right now we're going to look at the Gucci roster here, but we need to talk about these drafts, because these drafts, leave a lot to be desired, but then the execution comes along. But here we go. With the good Chi, we're going to be drafting for Loopy, Walsey, Warash, Maro, and Chompy.
Who does play Urgot. I know Blocks is not a fan, that's for certain. I know a few others really don't like it. Honestly, I'm an Urgot enjoyer. I abused it to get to my current elo. So yeah, I'm okay with it in a team comp. Which is Masters.
Okay,
Thank
okay.
you.
Okay.
Zero LP. I'm hanging on every day. And yeah, I just feel like the team comps, so am I, to be honest. I feel like the team comps aren't really picked around Urgot, which is quite a high priority champion because he doesn't team fight that well. So you really need champions to enable him, which I usually feel aren't given to the rest of Gucci.
What would you say would be champions that enable Urgot? And wouldn't we consider that to be a little bit too predictable as well? Just to put everything on the Urgot basket? Because I feel that can backfire.
I mean, Gucci like to put everything in the Urgot basket, so I don't feel like that's too much of a tall order. But generally, you're looking for a lot more pick-oriented carries. And Maru, we just haven't really seen an Ashe or a Jhin be a priority pick for him. Mm-hmm. So when you're thinking about that with Urgot, because he's not primary engaged, so you kind of want that on Chompy. Chompy does like to play these frontliners, so it's not really on him. But now that Lunkafer's in, who is more likely now than the previous iterations of their junglers to play a heavier frontline champion, I think, yeah, sure. Qualsey is the jungler. I think Qualsey now is more willing to play frontline champions. So maybe that's what the team needs.
Would you agree with that, Nick? The squad of Gucci here could need a little bit more frontlining from the jungle?
Yes and no. I do think that Qualsey always already picked whatever the team needed, and if the top lane also goes for a big front line, usually Urgot is a bit of an HP sponge, so he frontlines well, but it's that Urgot doesn't really bring anything else, so I actually want Loopy to be more of a front line. I know he's a phenomenal top laner, but he needs to be a phenomenal top laner for the team and not just for himself. And in this case, Qualsey, he's still very young, he's still growing into this team, but he's already showing very good signs of being just one of the better junglers in the Four Nations right now. So if he can just fill the rest of his team, make sure that they all are going to play as they want them to, they should just be able to win. I mean, Maro being the win condition as well. He needs to be on champions that can dictate the game.
We are in draft though, Nick, and we already see the good times rolling with the Taric being banned out away from Chompy right off the bat. We were talking so much about the Urgot, that man got banned right off as well.
It's one-trick ponies, right? One-trick ponies. They're being banned. Taric from Chompy gone, and Urgot from Loopy gone. So, I mean, it just shows that the bandits at least have done their homework.
I think these are three champions that Gucci are just known for stomping their opponents with. We've seen the Qualsey Nocturne pop-offs. That just he starts getting the kills rocking at about 6 minutes on a jungle invade and just snowballs the game from there. So I'm not strictly surprised that that's taken away in the first round of picks. But with Gucci banning out, I'd say more Lars focused champions, as many would say he is the best player on their roster. It does mean bandits have the pick of the litter when it comes to priority champions on B1 right now.
Varus is open. Yunara, of course. She's already enabled. Of course you're going to pick her.
Yeah, Yunara is very strong right now. It's mostly that people don't really know the matchup well yet. So if you know how to play Yunara at the very least, you potentially have a big knowledge advantage on the team. But you, as you already said, you do leave open the Varus, and Maro is a crazy good Varus player.
That also leaves the Pantheon open, but I guess we're just ignoring the fact that the Varus is open because we need that Jinx. Let's see who is going to enable the Jinx, because there are so many picks right now that could be picked up as well. You can go for the Jinx Pantheon if you want to lock in the jungle already. You have Xin Zhao open as well, if that would be an option. there are so many good and potent picks to go through here.
I mean, Kurish could just pick up a Zir. It is such a strong champion. We saw it do absolute work in the earlier in today. I believe it was in game 2. But actually, the LeBlanc pickup, but not a champion you usually see being locked in this early into draft. She generally wants to be used as a counter pick into a lane which she knows she can blow up.
Hey, Rory. Nick does not approve of the LeBlanc pick. I saw the look
Oh,
at
neither do
disapproval on
I.
the man's face.
No, it's more that I'm thinking like LeBlanc is very early. Like as you said, you kind of want to put her into a lane that can blow up someone. I think in this case, it's not specifically because of that, but mostly because Kurosh wants to destroy this Yunara in one shot. And I was thinking like, okay, but LeBlanc, doesn't she suffer if you just pick Galio into her? Like, yes, in the lane, he probably gets bullied quite a bit, but as the game goes on, Galio should be able to lock her out. Of course, Ari was locked in, which is like a skill matchup. She can interrupt the dash from LeBlanc's full damage by just taunting her mid-flight. But I would also at the same time say LeBlanc definitely has outplay potential against Ari. So interesting pick from Ro.
We have a Rel locked in here. As far as I'm aware, I thought that Yunara preferred to have enchanters by her side.
So the thing about Yunara is what people have seemed to notice is that she has an incredible level 1 and level 2 because she has pretty decent range and a really nice attack speed steroid on her Q.
Wait.
So going Rel for a really aggressive, that's not locked yet, so I'm not going to talk about that yet.
Yeah,
That's
it is!
locked. Okay. So Quasi is a Talon one trick in solo Q. Regardless of what I was saying about Yunara, this is way more interesting. So Quasi is like a Grandmaster Challenger Talon one trick.
I see what they're doing. I see what they're doing. They want Jinx splash damage to hit the first target once, and then LeBlanc and Talon just snipes them completely in one shot, and then Jinx gets to reset. So all Gucci now needs is a strong, beefy front line, and it's gonna be up to the bands right now to see if that's actually gonna happen.
I mean, as far as beefy goes, I don't think Rengar is that beefy. I mean, he can be beefy, but I mean, okay.
Oh no, they don't care about Rengar. They want to have a front line. Braum will be taken down, so that's like a biggest front line. Alistar got a massive nerf, so
yeah.
Not sure if he will be picked. I think it's pretty good together with an Alistar, but think like a Leona, Nautilus, something like that. Specifically something that can stop Rel as well. So I'm actually low key. It's not the most tanky, but Rakan might be on the cards here.
I feel like Rakan could be a good option. Honestly, it's a good engage. It's a massive disengage, and it's something that they do need a little bit of an entry to lead Talon and LeBlanc into the backline. That could definitely work. But the Tryndamere also taken out from the hands of Lars here, alongside the Braum here from the Bandits. So they kind of heard you. They don't want that beefy backline, or in this case front line for Gucci. And one more band to come out here, the Alistar. They heard you.
I think it should have been the Nautilus though, because yeah, Alistair can interrupt a Rel, but when you're thinking about accessing this Ari and this Yunara can play mid-range, so she doesn't have the most insane distance. But if you want to lock down those two carries, you really want to be clicking the Nautilus. Now this Poppy can go topside. This might be a read onto what Lars is looking to play. But I'm very interested in what Lars is actually going to lock in, because with the Tryndamere, Gwen and Fiora, and I believe the Vladimir, Lars is going to have to pick a unique champion for this split.
Yeah, I think Poppy is a great pick. Not only does she counter Rel, it's also a potential flex, as you said, into the top lane. I don't think that will happen. I think Loopy will just get the counter pick here. As for Lars, what he could pick here, I think like a Cho'Gath would be a pretty safe pick, because he's going to pick a blind, or maybe like a lane bully. He's more known for those, but looks like he's going for a high scaling Mundo.
It's a good angle. It's a great Mundo angle.
I like it. I like the Bandits draft. Look, I'm getting excited already. They asked for my prediction. I was the only one in this desk who actually believed in the power of the Bandits, and I'm feeling confident. They have beefy front line. They have good engage, decent disengage if they need. Fine damage. They have good damage, and they have bulk, or they have sufficient bulk to tolerate a LeBlanc and a Talon existing on the other side. Is this
It
Copium?
sucks for Loopy. It sucks for Loopy that he has to play a tank here. Because Loopy, I'm sure, would love to just slam like an Aatrox. And be like, great,
Sorry,
now
did
you
you
can't
just call
play.
Cassante a tank?
He is a tank. Look, after the changes,
everything,
Cassandra
no?
is strictly a
everything.
tank. He is strictly a tank. But it does mean Mundo has a pretty free lane, which lets him get to his first item, Warmogs, really easily.
True. I think this just won't be a game that is going to be decided by the top laners. I think this is definitely going to be decided by the bottom laners in this case. Gavia Vampire and Maro are both crazy good players. Chompy and Awerpis are really good supports as well. So I think the camera should just be on the bot lane for most of the game.
Bot lane. We talked about the bot lane. We've seen the potential for this bot lane, but I'm kind of... I don't know if I'm confident enough about the Yunara, and I do feel like that Poppy is going to be a massive game changer, especially when we start seeing roams. But at the same time, that could sacrifice the Jinx, being solo or leaving her solo in the bot lane, right?
You're not wrong, and solo Jinx into a Rel running Hex Flash. It's very scary.
It is. And there's Viego as well. That's a problem in of itself. Viego's not going to... I mean, Viego's not going to be able to go topside. I mean, it's just a slugfest between two tanks. There's not going to be a lot of interaction around a Mundo and a Cassante. So
Unless Lars just happens to hit every bone cleaver known to man, and Loopy is unable to dodge a single Q and just gets chunked to oblivion. Yeah, so Lunkerfer loved playing Viego in the last split. He loved playing Viego and Lilia, and when he was playing Viego, he always teamed it up with an Ahri and just focused mid a ton. Korish has so much safety on this LeBlanc, so it's going to be so hard to lock her down.
Hard to lock down a LeBlanc, but then again, the LeBlanc, does she have the angles? Does she have the openings and the windows to get to the back line? Because there is some safety on the Yunara. I'm playing the Yunara, I'm playing the Ahri as well. We're seeing two relatively safe solo carry champions here on the side of the Bandits. Again, promising draft from the Bandits, even though they're 0-6. I don't know. Do I convince you yet, Nick? Can I?
Nope.
Come on, man. Give me something.
No, so I think the drafts are pretty much even in like you both have a hyperscaling AD carry, you have a burst mid laner, you have a I mean you kind of have a burst AD jungle. I think Viego scales better, but then again Talon has like better roaming and map awareness, can be faster at every objective, but the bot lane, specifically because of Poppy, I think it skews more towards Gucci, unless Chompy misplays it, but you know, that's just a what if situation. Sure. So I am still going to give it to Gucci, because also I'm a fan of Maro. But that's bias.
I can't believe it. I can't believe this. I can't believe we're going through this. Rory, you're gonna be watching this game up close in the Summoner's Rift. Please tell me there's something. There's a part of you that believes in the power of the Bandits here. Don't make that face, please. Give me some.
I've already cast like 2 Bandits games this split, and both times it's like, oh yeah, they always come in with promising drafts, and then you see that they just get outplayed in lane and in macro. So it's like I would love to be a Bandits fan. I've just got very little hope for them, and I think Gucci are a far better team.
Alright, so 2 votes for Gucci, 1 lonely vote here for the Bandits before we throw it over to the casters, which one of them's already joining us. We are firm believers that Gucci, I guess democratically we're firm believers that the Gucci squad is going to take home the win and actually start tying up, or at least trying to secure a spot for the top spots, because if they do win, they end up 5-2.
Yeah.
This is an amazing position for them to be in.
And someone else will end up 5-2 as well, which will be decided in the game after the current one. So Gucci could become the 2nd seed today.
Maybe, but hey, we're gonna toss it over to our casters. One of them is already in the room with us, I promise, and the other one is going to be Mile. So we're gonna shoot it over to Mile and Rory, and we'll see you again on the end of the match, buddy.
Oh wow, Rory,
I'm
you
back
here?
again.
That's crazy. What are you doing here? I did not expect you to be here at all. Oh my god, hi. So you're a Gucci believer? From what I've heard?
At the start of the split, I was a bit 50-50 on Gucci, but I've seen their performances, and honestly, they've impressed me a little bit. I can't give them all the credit, but a little bit. And then when I'm seeing this draft of the double assassin mid lane jungle, and I'm like, oh yeah, they've got dinner reservations. They want to get this clean cut over and done within 25 minutes.
Definitely. And on the other hand, of course, we have the Bandits who are still searching for the first point, the first win somewhere. Definitely a bit more of a rough start. We need to talk about the Yunara pick, though, because we've seen it several times, in different ERLs. We've even seen it in the LEC. And to me, it's a kind of top or flop pick. There is no in between. Maybe it can work out decent, but it doesn't mean that it's a game-winning pick. And we see it paired a lot with Engage rather than Enchanter supports, which I think is surprising because I feel like in the solo queue area, people play it a lot with Enchanters. And then when we look towards competitive, it's always Rel, Braum, something like that. And I think you guys mentioned that bot lane is going to be very interesting in this match. So what's your expectation for the first few levels of the game?
So first few levels, I'm actually expecting Mario to be able to get the push with Jinx. I think Rockets are just better than Yunara Q at pushing the wave. So I'm expecting Gucci to have the pressure until about level 3 when the kill pressure really ramps up for this Yunara. And I'm going to expect quite a lot of violence, I'm going to be honest. It might be a bit messy down there. But... yeah. I'm watching all this Yunara in pro play, and I'm just going, well, it's great you have a Yunara, but why don't you just have a Jinx? They can't do the same thing.
Yeah, I kind of get it. Well, I guess we have to look at it to find out what's happening. As we can see us going into game here, Bandits versus Gucci. Bandits, of course, still looking for that first important win on the board, and Gucci maybe in a position to come in second towards the start of this week, because they will be tied with either Belfast, Storm, or 5IQ, who are of course playing in the later match today. And I think something that I also quickly want to touch on is that we have 2 reset champions. So we have Maru on, of course, the Jinx that wants to play around resets, but we also have Lankafor on the Viego who also wants to play around those resets. Isn't that a little bit of a roughie?
Look, both of them are trying to kill the enemy as fast as humanly possible, and I think the Talon LeBlanc is incredibly good at that. But also remember how overpowered Ari Charm is. And as we saw in Game 2, it was just securing kills left, right, and center. We've immediately seen a vertical jungle come out here. Lunkafer taking over that bot side, and Causey pretty happy just to trade this top side. Means he'll be able to get the reset and then be able to go to his Gromp that's respawning. So he's quite happy with that. Lunkafer choosing this just because he knows this bot lane is really where things are exploding in the early game, so he wants to give cover to that.
Absolutely. So map split, of course, going on. As we can see, first little try for an engage here. Very proactive type of way to play it, even if it didn't go as planned.
Did that minion say something rude about Chompy's mum? What happened there?
But man wanted in. Like, that was personal right there.
He was just showing what he could do later on in the game. This is all a mental game.
Watch out for this. Watch out for this. This is what you're gonna get. Yeah, absolutely. Well, at least it's enough to push in the wave for the first time here on the spot side, but we've already expected that with, of course, Jinx having a really nice laning phase. And he just gets solo bonoed. Okay, well, that could have been really hype, but I did not expect it to happen, so sorry. no hype cast for that one. Interesting. Flash is traded, but it's the kill. You take it.
Yeah, Lars. Actually, Causey going in.
Through. Very important charm there, as now Lankafor is in the area as well, and we have a little bit of a struggle bus here looking at our beautiful gray screen, but we hear flashes, so flashes have been traded. Now we can see the flashes that have been traded, but in the end, Causey ends up going down, and Lankafor, of course, takes the kill, and now moves back into
He's going for
Enemy
it.
jungle.
Go. Oh no, I thought he was going to use the Talon-y
I
to
mean,
jump over this
that
wall.
That would have been insane. But it also, it's maybe a little greedy.
Oh!
Right? Oh! that
The
was
flashes are loose today.
That is like, wow, everyone's playing with Spellbook or what? Why is everyone wanting to get rid of their sums so badly? That's crazy.
Loopy
Now
solo kills
Loopy
him. Loopy gets the solo kill.
He's going in again. The barrier's coming through, the flash even. But in the end, we're not getting tilted. We're staying alive. But close call. Very close call.
Yowza. Okay, this early game, right, let's break some things down. So with that early kill over to Lunkafer, he was able to take away Quasi's reset Raptors, which is a ton of XP over to him. Quasi, as the Talon, clears incredibly fast, but I'm going to shut up because the Rel and Viega are in the area.
We're
Looks like
looking
another
for some
fight.
more flashes to burn. Come on, let's go in. Rel is in. Stun sits onto the Poppy, of course, as Lunkafor is now looking to move forward. Does not have too much left in the bag, but it's enough to get the next kill, the next reset. And now they can even look to go for a little dive, but they don't want to give us too much action. Of course, we still need to take a breath every now and then. So that's about it for the moment. We can see Quasi, of course, going for the counter invade, looking to gain something on the spot side here, knowing that Lunkafor was, of course, just in top side.
He's got a massive farm lead. Like, Talon clears incredibly well because his passive does bonus damage to monsters.
Yeah.
So I think it's like an extra 75% on the bleed. It's something crazy like that. Just something they changed a few years ago to make Talon one of those fun off-meta picks, which absolutely terrorizes solo queue if one single lethality item gets buffed. But okay, first of all, Chompy really regretting flashing in that bottom lane now after giving away that kill. If we take a look at the gold, 300 up for Bandit, it's not huge, but in the previous split, when Lunkafer got a lead on his Viego, he was able to carry those games incredibly hard. This guy is a great carry jungler, and with those early resources going over to him, honestly, maybe AC isn't going crazy. Maybe he knows something that the rest of us don't.
I mean, I'm also kind of looking towards the Mundo here, because the question you always gotta ask when the Mundo is in the game is who's gonna kill that dude? You know? Eventually, who's going to take the step to burst down that front line in order to reach back to the Yunara, reach back to the Ahri, who are both in their own ways very mobile, as they're looking to find something on bot lane here. Maro has to flash out, still got the barrier, finds the root against Lunkafor with the traps there. And no one is going to die here. There is some potential here.
No one's gonna die? I don't know about that
How
one!
does Loopy just get another solo kill? How does he go for another solo bolo? It's happening so fast, I don't even know what to say about it.
It's because Mundo is incredibly weak early.
Damn.
Lars, I'd say overstepping, but he's dying at his tower, so it's hardly an overstep.
That's the exact situation where usually in solo queue you'd be like, just stand on the turret and stay safe, you know? But he's trying. There's nothing he can do.
I'm gonna have to, I don't know, look at a replay or something, because I don't know how Loopy was able to get that angle with the all-out to throw Lars further ahead, because Lars had passive, which means that would have had to be popped by like a Q3 and then a fully charged W hit. I'm not too sure about that one, but honestly, we're seeing Loopy now get a huge lead.
Yeah.
And Gucci, they're gonna need a very, very tanky frontline to deal with this Viego. And, you know, the Ahri's got 2 assists under her belt as well, so that's Ultima Hunter stacks. So yeah, if Loopy's unkillable, you deny the Viego from maxing out his value, and maybe Maru can do a front-to-back thing. Maybe LeBlanc can come in. Quasi!
That was a close call. Almost got it there. That's one Void Grab going over to Gucci as they're looking to maybe now even clean up a little more. They claimed the Field of Warfare there. They're looking to hit a little bit more onto the 80 carry. Quasi with the next kill, but a beautiful charm coming through. Spirit Rush being used. The Hammer is being charged. Doesn't end up coming out, and Quasi again going in with some jungle clearing, getting some more camps, and we can see the lead when we look towards the jungle position. Only looking at farm, only looking at camps is huge. And it kind kind of poses the question how important these kills actually are for Lankafor when he ends up falling behind so much in the jungle clear.
It's great that you pointed that out, because yeah, while Lunkerfer has been getting these kills, the plates haven't really fallen for the side of Gucci on these towers. So the gold accrue by getting these kills onto Quasi in the fights, onto Chompy earlier. They haven't really resulted in a huge amount.
Definitely. So it's going to be interesting to see if Bandits can actually stabilize themselves in this early game, because from what we just saw, that is a decent goal lead now for the side of Gochi, who've put themselves in a very nice position. They ended up losing the Drake, they ended up giving over 2 Void Grubs, but I think it's still fine considering that their fights are looking very good, very decent.
Yeah, like, Talon is up so much on gold, which is weird because the Viego got 2 early kills. But yeah, he's clearing like an absolute menace and was able to take away all of Lunkerfer's bot side earlier. And even that Gromp after the play. So yeah, he's up in XP. See, he's up a level right now. Also, good to mention that after that fight, Koresh not only got a kill, but that's 3 stacks on a Dark Seal.
Yep.
And there's one thing that scares me, and it's LeBlanc. And there's a second thing that scares me, it's LeBlanc with a Dark Seal.
Definitely. LeBlanc, very interesting pick. I don't think we see it enough in pro play at this point. Hasn't been really strong in the meta for a while. It turned out to be a decent pick in a later game of a, let's say, I don't know, Fearless Draft Series game 4-5-ish.
Yeah.
But it's very much a pocket pick in the current meta, with people, of course, moving more towards the Syndra, the Ahri. Even now, going back to picks like the Ziggs that have been buffed a little bit.
You
can see, can he make it? Oh, he still has Flash. I mean, Loopy should be fine here. Lankafor realizes that too. Turns straight around to go back towards his jungle. Doesn't really want to go for any shenanigans here, as we're for a little bit of a try for an engage there, but here we go again. Loopy is back at it. Loopy's going underneath the turret. They're trying to do something, but it's Loopy on the killing spree. 3rd kill for him, as they are now looking to compromise Lankafor's game as well. But Loopy is tanking the turret for a very long time. Important shutdown coming through from Lankafor. He can get the reset. Can he get anything else? Quality has to flash, but in the end, it's the double kill. But he ends up going down. Oh my god, that was unlucky, as a bot lane is a mess as well, with the barriers being used here for the Yunara. Kill coming through as well on that side. Trying to go for a little bit more with the ultimate, of course, being used to transcend such an important tool here for Yunara.
Oh no, she takes a tower shot! Oh no, the W!
Did you hear the question mark pings? Because I heard the question mark pings and I felt them. Because...
Oh no, Caviar Vampire.
No.
Oh no, that Arc of Judgment.
Yep.
Yeah, it explodes at the end.
Yep. Unlucky. That
Oh,
was unlucky.
No.
Also,
Unlucky,
the zoom,
doesn't know
by
what
the
the chat
way,
does.
observers, that zoom, wow, painful. Painful to watch.
Yeah, that's going in a highlight reel sometime, I'm sure. I'm not sure who for. It could be a nice bookend for.
Oh, you know, sometimes
Caviar.
we just gotta throw out a little bit of a UKL fail compilation at some point. I think would be. I mean, we have a lot of content for that. Let's be honest.
Oh yeah, I saw a Jin actively one-shot someone on Thursday, so yeah, that's gonna go in there. And we're seeing a setup around this Ocean Drake now. Lunkerfer sniffed around a bit, but his bot lane is definitely not in a strong position to try and contest that there. With Loopy going down though, remember that is a shutdown towards Lunkerfer, now sitting at 4-2 and 0 as the completed Triforce. Causey on the other hand has got that Youmu's. He's so farmed up. It just means he can find angles a bit faster. It also means he can clear faster. And if there's one thing I know about Causey, he loves to full clip.
Let's see if they are actually able to go for the Drake uncontested. As we can see, the LeBlanc kind of hovering here, trying to zone away the enemies a little bit. Yunara's moving in as well, but the Drake has gone down. It's going towards the side of Gucci, but can they get anything more? The Magnet Storm coming in over the wall. The damage is flying in so many directions, but that was an insane play for Quality there. Drops extremely low, but ends up getting them with the ultimate in the end. And now it's cleanup time for Maru, who ends up getting the kill, gets a little excited, but just not too much. You know, let's not overforce it with the excitement here. Maru, take a
Medium
breath.
joy.
Yeah, just, you know, you got the kill, be happy, say thank you, and farm. It's okay.
It's your birthday, but it's not your sweet 16, so let's calm down a little.
Exactly.
Yeah, huge for Mario getting a bit of gold in his pocket there. I was a bit worried by Chompy's positioning going on there. I thought Lunkerfer maybe was just looking to waltz towards the Dragon Pit as Chompy was man-marking our piss up towards that bush, but no. Great team fight win for Gucci. They're able to chase down everyone at the end as well. Everyone but Ryu falling there. Now,
that shadow assault was beautiful. Just the moment when he pulled it back, love it. As we're now seeing a little bit of danger that turns into a big bit of danger, and of course Chompy with the second kill even. Damn, okay, it's the support carries. I forget that's a thing. I'm just an ADC. I think I get the kills, but apparently we don't get kills anymore. That's fine.
No. Surely you know the legend of full damage support Poppy from last year. You know, the hail of blades.
Yeah, no,
I think it was
don't remind
Mickey
me.
pulling it out at MSI in Worlds.
Don't remind me. It was disgusting, and I pray that I never have to see it again.
It haunted my solo queue for a good 4 months.
I hate that. You know, that's like when people see Carrier playing Jhin support and suddenly someone in my bronze lobby thinks, I should play Jhin support. No, you shouldn't. Okay? Just don't.
Well, that one dark time when people were playing Caitlyn support and it was like actively meta, and everyone was like, this isn't right. Like, guys.
Something does not work. Yeah, definitely.
Should not be here.
Alright, we can see a whole lot of things happening. We got another little lane swamp coming through, even though people are not on the same page. Oh my god, that was a lot of burst damage coming out here from the LeBlanc.
Jinx
which is, of course... Oh, jeez, close call.
Oh, no, Quasi's on the hunt.
Quasi's on the hunt. He's actually hovering in the bush here. Absolutely right. Lunkerfor has to stay careful. Not far enough underneath the turret. There is no...
Oh.
He spotted it. He spotted it. Quasi spotted it. But Lunkerfor makes it out. The thumbs up going up. Everything's fine. Oh my god, that was a close call there.
I was expecting a flash Q. I was expecting a flash Q coming out there from Quasi the moment Lunkerfor showed off vision.
Yes. I think if you have the Ghost Blade up and you go in and then Ghost Blade out, you could do it. Technically.
You're fine. Yeah. I mean, the Ahri was in the area, so much better to preserve his shutdown. Speaking of shutdown, he's actually been sitting on that opportunity for a hot minute at this point. I think completed around 13 minutes. And this Talon absolutely taking over what I was kind of expecting out of this pick. Like, this guy is a Talon jungle one trick. So, if it was a poor performance, I'd be a little concerned. I trust that this guy has been in the practice tool practicing all of the Talon jumps over the walls to try and get the optimal outplay.
We're looking at a little bit of top lane play, as we know and love it, I guess.
But to be honest, Loopy's been loving it this game.
Loopy has been loving it. I gotta give it to him. I was just about to say, it's not the wet noodle fight we're usually seeing because someone's noodle is not that wet, which sounds enormously wrong now that I think about it.
Let's stop with that one. We're seeing this bot tower game here.
Yeah. Oh, turrets, actually, yes. A first turret would be great to secure the feats of strength here because they have gotten the feat of warfare. Let's remember that real quick. So Gochi in a prime position if they end up getting this turret, which they are in a good way to do so. Yep, there he goes. That's also the feats of strength secured for the red side. And now they're looking for a little bit of a play here in the mid lane as there is, of course, the flash coming through from Yunara. Everything
huge,
should be fine. Oh, they can look for a nice catch here. That looks decent. Yunara coming in now. Can she use the ultimate? The Transcend is used, but Lunkerfor just drops dead as Maru is throwing out so much damage. Also being excited now as well. Such a close call there. Rel almost going down. They're trying to do another play here with Ryu coming in from the backside, but the Spirit Rush is just not enough, and now the Yunara is in the sticky position. And that's just too much damage. Actually, good thing that you get the kill back onto the Jinx. So Mara ends up going down. I think that's a small win. But overall, it just looks as if Bandits are incapable of playing these team fights.
I mean, yeah, Causey is so fed right now. Maru dying with Baron and Flash Up, maybe just underestimating the Yunara damage. Maybe she crit and Maru wasn't expecting that. As we're going to see...
Nothing.
Probably don't give up the day job to be an F1 driver,
Yeah, please
in my
don't.
personal opinion.
I mean, look, it can't get worse than some of the stuff that is happening in F1 right now, but...
I heard Lewis Hamilton had an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, he
the
was
weekend,
actively talking about maybe they should put a different driver in the car, and that's where I got concerned. But, you know, what also concerns me is that Lankafor is trying to go for this Drake all by himself, while it looks as if Gucci are in a position where they want to try and contest this. Halsey is in the tri-bush.
He's going for the one-shot instead of the dragon!
That is crazy. He's just going to go for the kill onto the ADC. That is... Man. That is such a... My jungler is doing stuff situation. As he's now going to end up dead. GG.
That's a huge shutdown as well.
There you go. Give over your shutdown. You lost the Drake. You gave up the shutdown that was huge.
You know...
I'm not a fan of that. I'm sorry.
You know, this is actually triggering. I've had so many Rengars and Talons and Nocturne players sack objectives to get the kill on the enemy ADC so many times. It's lost me so many games now that are seeing that. You kind of just got to pray at that point. When you're someone like Loopy, you're just like, I really hope my jungler reins it in at this point.
Yeah.
I really hope they can keep all under control, because that was an 800 gold shutdown going over to Lankafor. So even though this guy's sitting on one item, I'm sure he has enough for a second in his components. However, getting jumped on now.
Yeah, has to be a little careful, but ends up staying alive, even though he doesn't have the ultimate, which is huge. So no kill going over just yet. I was a little worried they were moving towards the Atakan, but they just want to clear out the wave real quick, which is definitely the better call. Atakan being such a coin flip scenario to play around. And
Atakan goes crazy this game with the amount of kills there's already been.
True, that's true. I think it's also going to be very interesting to whoever is going to get the soul, of course, because that's going to be a nice little buff there for the Drakes. But I do like the call that they are saying, you know, we know it's there. And now they're pinging it. I cannot believe it. Don't ping the Atakan. You're not playing for Atakan right now.
They're hitting it actively.
That is
it looks like
unreal.
right now.
That is unreal. I mean, Qualzy is there and Lankafor is still on the way, but the LeBlanc has no chance to move up towards the river right now. LeBlanc is still in mid lane. They end up, you know, letting it reset a little bit. So with Loopy would have had TP, but it's just not the best call. So I wonder, was it just to disturb Lankafor's tempo here?
I think it was just we're gonna stop this. If you don't rock up, we're gonna take it.
Yeah,
Which
maybe.
Sometimes teams get a bit antsy. They don't want to keep farming, so they just go, we're gonna see if we can force an objective. If Lankafor's sleeping, we'll be able to take it away. I was just concerned that whole time because now, okay, so our Piss has been sitting on that spellbook TP for a while, and I was wondering when he was going to pull it. We've seen TPs come out here, so I'm expecting a bit of a 5-man fight.
Atakan is going for the hunt. It's also going to reset relatively soon.
Massive leash range.
That is insane, by the way. You know, that leash range for Atakan is killing me every time. Like, I'm just trying to get away from this dude, and he's everywhere. As we can see, a little bit of a try here from the LeBlanc. Doesn't really catch anyone just yet. But all ultimates available on the side of Gucci is usually a really bad sign for Bandits, because they haven't been able to really put the fights together unless it was a catch. So, see if they're actually able to move further forward. Lankafor has moved away. And so has Rue. So it's a kind of, yeah, a more defensive situation to be in. As they are now looking to turn their eyes towards the lanes, possibly again. No, the pings are coming back through, you know?
Oh, we're
just
back
make
again.
it a 2-hour Atakan play. I don't... Whatever.
I mean, they've got the Poppy ult, so if Chompy can get a tag onto Lankafor and try and clear him out of the pit. No, actually, no, they're just going to back off once again. This time, at least, Cool Rush has got that mid lane control. Ryu went a bit too far up and wasn't hovering in between the two fights, so these minions are going to die. Gucci also have bot lane pushing. That's really good setup from earlier. So now either this bot lane's answered, or we're going to have a 5-man fight and all those minions, all that gold is going to go. Lunkerford closing in.
Oh, TP is ready for the LeBlanc.
The rail's gone.
Oh, going wide. So that's not really where you wanted it to go. TP now coming through, but the Atakan is doing a lot of work as well as they're now going towards Lunkerford. All out coming through, trying to take him away from the Atakan. As the thought-bound Atakan is down, but he ends up getting the kill. The shutdown onto Chompy. Several members are already dead, and now we can see another shutdown coming through.
It's an ace for the Bandits!
That is insane. I did not see that one coming. I thought for a long time it looked decent. I like the call of them to say, okay, look, we're moving towards Lunkerford. But everyone dropped so low inside that Atakan range. What happened there?
Okay, so just to clarify, so Lunkerford got pinned against a wall and just burst down before Atakan reached smite range. I think somewhere in the top half, the camera wasn't fully on it, but Lars beat down Qualsey to death before Atakan had even reached half health. Awapis swapped to Spellbook Smite, I believe, and didn't use it. So the Jinx ended up killing the Atakan, and then Bandits were in such a favourable position that they could just close everything out.
We can also see Maru now, of course, equipped with the Kraken Slayer, that has been built a lot. That's the third Drake, you're absolutely right. Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't quite catch it. So I was wondering, is Kraken Slayer broken again? Is that an item we're actually buying again? Is it worth it?
So, Kraken Slayer, despite its name, isn't actually great at killing off tankier people. It actually does more damage the lower health someone is and the lower current health, max HP someone has. So it's really good on Jinx for getting resets in a fight, because you get those kills so much faster, especially into like a Yunara, Ahri, Viego. You can shut them down incredibly fast. What I don't generally see on this new patch is Kraken Slayer into IE. I'm normally seeing a more attack speed focused build, trying to maximize the Kraken Slayer passive. So I'm normally seeing a PD second.
Interesting. Well, let's see where this is going to go in the end. So far, Maru has had a strong early game, but it hasn't been too outstanding. Definitely the Jinx not the pick we're looking at most. If it comes to reset gems, it has to be Lunkerford's Viego, who's taking the top spot here. And they're looking for another catch.
Even though he was massively shut down early, this is the point where Mundo takes over the matchup into Cassante, and he can just dominate his side lane. Because what you do is you just take a half health trade with the Cassante, step back and let your Warmogs heal you up. And now you've got in total lane control. Now that Lars is working on the Titanic Hydra too, he will be able just to walk at this Jinx, because the Poppy's focused on other people, right? The Poppy has to deal with both the Viego and the Rel. So if this Mundo can just find a way to slowly walk at the Jinx, Rude just got one-tapped. Walk at the Jinx, then Nautilus will just destroy Maru before Maru can really do anything about it. The Baron's being started up now. With the Ahri dead, the Cassante has TP, and Lunkerford looking for an ult to steal over the wall.
We're looking at TP coming through, but that's a lot of damage coming out of Qualsey here, who has, of course, tried to get rid of the Yunara, but here comes Lunkerford, gets another reset, gets the kill. The kills are going through
still
on
alive.
The side of Gucci. They are at a numbers disadvantage, but they are still able to play this. Loopy Maru still standing, looking for something. They're now moving further forward. Loopy, of course, one of the tankier members on the side of that Gucci roster right now. He's going all out, but he doesn't end up getting it. Lunkerford with the next kill. He goes unstoppable, gets the reset, and now they are 5 members strong, able to move towards this Baron. Wow.
Oh, okay. So Ryu gets completely destroyed in top lane, and it's actually a really good call from Gucci there. Oh, no, okay. It's a really good call from Gucci to start the Baron. Unfortunately, Qualsey just flashes onto this Yunara, attempting to one-tap her, but Yunara lives on about 20% HP, and after Talon drops all his abilities, can't really do much. So he kind of just sits there, tries to get some autos onto Yunara, but Lunkerford's there to steal away his corpse, and once Lunkerford has got his hands on a Talon, then he's able just to clean up the fight completely. And honestly, really, really well played by Caviar there to survive not only Corsi's talent, but also Koresh's LeBlanc off the back end of that.
And it puts him an entire item ahead, which is huge. We're also kind of waiting for the Rabadons coming through. And Corsi, we can see, doesn't really do too much damage. He doesn't do too much damage. He gets killed by Lankafor. And now we can see Lars in the top lane with exactly what you said. The matchup is kind of shifted. You know, he's chilling. He's 2 levels ahead of Loopy at this point. He's completely fine. And we're reaching the point of who's going to kill Mundo. It's an old story, but it happens over and over and over again. And now with the Baron buff, it is really up to Bandits to at least get these tier 2 turrets down. They need to get some gold. They have a lot of standing gold on the map. Even a tier 1 turret still standing in the bot lane. They still have to beware of Gucci's burst damage, because I would not underestimate the LeBlanc, for example. I think that one can be a killer. We've seen it happen before.
Having to index into Magic Pen here, picking up that Crit Bloom as well, even though very little MR on the side of Bandits. I was expecting maybe just a death cap off the top to really go for that one shot.
Oh, but we're getting caught now. Not much you can do.
I think Koresh is fine, to be honest, unless that we see a dive coming out here, but Poppy has ult.
Oh, that was important to flash away from that one. Do have to keep his Verdict and the Mimic up, but we're looking towards topside, and guess who's not dying? It's Mundo. Maybe he's dying now.
But
Is he
Dragon's
dying?
open.
Come on,
This
you
is
gotta
Soul.
die. That was important. Important
They're giving
shutdown
up Soul.
going over to Loopy. But the soul is gone, as you said it. Mountain Soul for Bandits, and Mountain Soul also such a strong one. Something that most of these members will, you know, like capitalize off a lot.
Mundo and Rel have a Mountain Soul. Like,
Yeah.
I've got to criticize Good Cheese decision making there, because investing 3 people to try and kill a Mundo in the top side instead of spending the time earlier to try and get vision into your bot side towards this dragon.
Fair. I think that's the point, because I was just wondering how aware were they of the fact that this Drake is being made. But I think knowing that it's sold, you gotta be aware of
You've
it.
got to assume it's going down, right?
Definitely.
Like,
Because they had
Viego
zero
Yunara-
vision.
Yeah, Viego Yunara also shreds it. They have
Yeah.
so much DPS.
That, of course, puts Gucci with their backs against the wall now a little bit. That soul might as well be a little bit of a foreshadowing of who is going to win this game. As Bandits may have struggled a little bit in the early stages of the game, but their scaling has been impeccable. Lankafor doing a great job on one of his greatest picks, unarguably. As they are now looking to take that tier 1 turret that is still standing in the bot side. Important to pick up that gold and, you know, just take their lead to the next level. Almost 5k now at this point. Maybe if they overforce it here, maybe that's an angle for Gucci to find something, but it's going to be really hard with Lars being in the area.
Sitting on 4 items now, matching Corsi. Corsi, I think, critically, has picked up the Serpent's Fang. That's going to reduce the barrier on the Jinx. Is also going to reduce the Locket coming out from the Rel. So if there's any time that Caviar Vampire is caught out alone, I'm pretty confident this Talon can one-shot the Yunara. But my god, how this game is just completely flipped in the last, 6-7 minutes?
100%. And I think Bandits are so far doing a good job at playing a little bit of a, let's call it protect the president type comp, you know? There's not really a way in which you are now getting to hit onto the Yunara as long as Lars is there. I don't see a world in which that happens. Maybe now that she's alone in mid lane, maybe that's the point, but everyone else, again, moving in straight away. Making sure she never stands alone. And that's going to make it really hard for Gucci to find a good catch here.
Mario finished the LDR, but like, the thing about Mundo is he doesn't really need armor that much. Yeah, sure, he's got the Dead Man's Plate, but if you look at his build, it's all armor and sorry, it's all health and AD. It's a massive
They're
fight
looking
coming
for
out.
something in mid lane. The Charm did a decent job there. First kill being done with Maru being down, but that was a little bit of a one-shot on the side there. We can see LeBlanc trading some damage back, getting the kill onto the enemy ADC, but the Charms are coming through in mid lane. It's a 1v1 now. Lunkafor going for the hunt, looking for something. Maybe they can catch him here in the end. Looks as if he's just going to make it out, maybe now with the plant over the wall. There is no turrets. There is no turrets. Where are you gonna go? Lunkafor is still coming. Oh my god!
With the
oh my god, what?
Fancy
That
feed.
flash was insane. Trying to make it out, stepping over the wall. Ultimate, of course, being used by Lunkafor here. They still have the chance to go for a Magnet Storm, but how much more time does it really need? Oh my god, it's so smart. LeBlanc is such a crazy champion movement-wise.
This is great.
Absolutely nuts, because you're wasting your time trying to chase this LeBlanc right now, which gives the rest of your team the chance to move back in. Now you're probably going down, ends up happening another kill for the Ahri, but the rest of your team now has respawned and is able to pick up the waves that are going to crash towards your base. With only one inhib going down, I think that's actually okay. Baron is going to be blocked here by Lars. Good job on expecting the Super Mega Death Rocket. And that is the Baron over for Bandits.
I wasn't sure because I was feeling like maybe Korra should just die immediately there, right before the Yunara respawns and can possibly join a fight and get that Baron buff. Either way, ultimately I don't think it does a ton. As we're saying, Alpis now with a third spellbook TP, this guy has just been having them on a roulette wheel. The entire game. I think that's his 14th summoner spell, that unique summoner spell that he's used. Causey,
Deleted.
you know what I said earlier, Miller?
Yeah.
You remember the witty comments and storytelling I did? Yeah.
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 No.
Yeah,
I think
there's a vein on my forehead that's bulging right now.
I gotta say, like, you know, the caster desk is different than the analyst desk, because I think the analyst desk may have been wrong. I was leaning towards Bandits the entire time, by the way. Like, I knew they had it in them, you know? I knew they were going to win this, as they're now stepping into the base, of course. With the minions coming through, another beautiful charm connecting, forcing the LeBlanc back into the base, trying to get some health. They are still at a numbers advantage. Causey's still down for another 8 seconds, but that might not be enough to end the game unless they find another fight here. Bandits maybe looking for something in the sides with another charm coming through. Going golden once again. Causey's back in the area. Can they catch the AD carry? Can they catch anyone? It doesn't really do too much. But in the end, it's actually Bandits. They are going to pick up their first kill. They've waited for it for so long. Y'all did not believe. But it was AC that knew the entire time that this was going to happen.
Huh.
Ha!
Huh. Okay. Yeah, awesome. Good job, Bandits. I never doubted you for a second, to be honest. Incredible play coming out on the Bandits, especially after that takedown at Atakan. They really just took the game in their hands.
Yeah.
And even though Gucci did slip a bit when it came to a few objectives, like Bandits, even that fight in mid lane, which led to the inhib towers falling, that was all hand stiff, right? That was Ryu going in and getting that charm onto Maru that really solidified that team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, what a crazy game. The beginning looked entirely different. I thought it was Gucci, but in the end, it wasn't. In the end, it was actually Bandits picking up their first win. And I wonder what our other analysts have to say about that. As Rory, you were obviously wrong, but I think AC is going to be really happy. Let's check on him.
You will not be wiping this smile out of my face anytime soon, I'll tell you that much. And you're not going to hear the end of this. What a game here by the Bandits. I mean, I believe the 0-6 was just downside. I saw the promise, and we're back on the desk. I mean, Rory, you were first hands on the site there on ground zero to see this all go down. What say you of the domination that was the Bandits here on their 7th game, keeping them alive in the run?
Like, it was domination, right? Like, sure, they were a little behind, right, in the early game. Okay, the 300 gold advantage in like the first 7 minutes doesn't really count, but past 10 minutes, between 10 and 20 minutes, like it was definitely Gucci's game. Like the LeBlanc and the Talon were popping. The Talon had like half an item advantage over Lunkerfer, even though Lunkerfer picked up so many kills. Loopy was getting solo kills left, right, and center. But then Lars went, wait, you don't know the golden rule of top lane? Lane doesn't matter.
No.
And simply walked at people and murdered them and was far more influential in the team fights than Cassante was.
Yeah, and you were talking about the goal. We get to see exactly how that unfolded, as we do see that despite all of this, it was Viego who was the biggest offender here on Lucan4 with 13-4 scoreline. Nick, this is goes a little bit against what you expected. You were fuming in the green room.
I wouldn't say fuming. It was more like I was hyping up Qualzy so much, and then I'm not gonna lie, he entered it quite a few times. So first off, they started very strong, right? Qualzy against Lunkerfor. Lunkerfor didn't get that much done. He got some revenge kills on most of the Qualzy ganks, and then when like the teaming actually happened, I understood what Gucci was going for specifically. Like they wanted to go for like picks, they wanted to get the resets in team fights for Jinx, but because Qualzy went ahead so many times trying to get like the 1v1 pickups to force 4v5 team fights like before an objective even happened. He failed every single one of them, specifically because he tried to do one part. They need that vision before they go for plays like this. If you don't have it, just don't do it. There's no reason to take the risk. But they did. I mean, like, it's a high risk, high reward kind of game. They took the high risk. They got the no reward in this case. So better luck next time.
Glass half full. I mean, let's take a look at what exactly happened here. So the early game, we did see that, like you said, there was a constant lead from the Gucci side, and they did have a quite substantial kill lead over the Bandits. But the thing is, the amount of objectives that they were sacrificing for these objectives, right? Because Bandits had like 4 dragons for the price of 1 on the side of Gucci.
I think one of those dragons was because Qualzy decided to try and kill a Yunara instead of prioritizing third dragon. Which is a choice. He did kill the Yunara, so he might claim
as well.
worth. That's a 300 gold injection right there, baby. But yeah, overall, it was interesting decision making, especially around the Atacan.
All right, so massive win here for the Bandits. We do have to cut this a little bit short, even though I'd love to keep on talking about the Bandits and their rise or the return to glory here, but we need to turn it to a short break before our next match, Belfast Storm versus Inquick. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you guys. we are back. Ladies and gentlemen, the star of the show, the fight for the top of the leaderboard of the Four Nations Summer of 25 by the UKEL. For those of you who just joined us, I'm AC, and on this list, there's Rory, B, and Nick V to bring you the action before we get into the Summoner's Rift. We just had a little bit of an upset coming through, and I wanted to start off with Nick V. Coming into this game, Belfast Storm versus Int Quick. Kind of a must-watch match. Both teams at 5-1 right now.
Yep, so this is a match for the first place in the standing, so a very important match for both of these teams. Incidentally, they both lost their one loss in the very first day of this summer split, so they're both on a 5-game win streak, and one of them will end today.
Absolutely, and this is a very, very important match as we do get a chance to see the rosters. They're starting off with Int Quick here, the roster for 5 IQ on the Four Nations, as we do see Kerberos in the top lane, Mr. Tickle in the jungle, Beely storing in the mid lane, Artorias bot with Prosper as well. And now Rory, I wanted to pick you up on this one. Win streak for 5 games, convincing games with a little bit of ups and downs, but ultimately good entertainment from Int Quick. How are we feeling against Belfast?
Honestly, this game was really hard to judge for me. Okay, because I've watched both games. I think Belfast have seemed more consistent and more solid. Int Quick are really good team fighters, and they have some really solid rotations coming out from Prosper in the early game to help alleviate pressure in mid. I really hope we don't see his patented 4 Kindle Gem build again. That thing is haunting me. I don't think it's been good since 2016. But you know what? Here we are, bringing back the old style, if you will, like someone who's kind of stuck in the 80s.
Oh wow.
Mr. Tickle, honestly, having one hell of a split so far. I think he's doing incredibly well.
Yeah, a lot of focus in the bot lane, but we do need to look at how the squad of Int Quick actually focus, because they focus a lot on their individual powerful solo players. Isn't that right, Nick V?
Yes, and specifically I would mention Kerberos. Like, even in the spring split, like, he was surrounded by such heavy hitters as well. Arguably the best team that Four Nation may have even ever seen. Right now, he's not in between those heavy hitters anymore. He, like, back then, even then, he was like one of the best top laners. He was mostly a split pushing style. He wanted to play on the other side of the map where the objective was and get wins that way. He gets towers. He alleviates pressure from his teammates that way. So he basically makes sure that his team can operate where they operate best, and that's in the team fighting.
Right.
And because of that, and like how much he does on the map, I think he's also like low-key a win condition as well. And I just expect this team to focus around him mostly, and the mid laner as well, of course.
Right. Considering that we do know that prefer to give attention over to the bot lane, we're going to take a quick look at how the Belfast Storm squad is presenting themselves on the last game here of today, when they have Raider in the top lane with Roulette in the jungle, Limsey mid lane, Fuyu and Little Pants focusing up on the bot lane, supposedly the superior bot lane of the two teams.
And believe it or not, that's not a filter. Little Pants, he's just got a tongue that big, apparently.
Oh,
but,
no.
yes.
Yes, go on. I was mesmerized now. You got me going. Sorry.
I was just going for a quick one and done joke, to be honest. But no, if you want to stay on it, we can.
No, that's okay. You got me going. Keep going. You're good.
So it's really going to be interesting, this top lane matchup, I think, Raider into Kerberos, because Kerberos, usually when we see him like really get ahead, it's when he's playing into a more passive tank lane where he can pick up the counter picks that can really dominate. Raider's not really a passive laner. Like, you'll see him on much more damage-orientated champions, so I'm expecting a good amount of action up there.
Do you agree with that? Or are we going to see a lot more action in the top lane? Because we have been seeing a lot of tendencies for top laners to go into tanks. And tanks aren't usually the source of attention from junglers and consequentially supports as well, Nick.
I think it depends, because if Intquick gets red side, then they're absolutely going to give Kerberos the counter pick, and you know he ranges from Cho'Gath to Vayne. So I mean Cho'Gath banned right now, so he won't be a factor anymore. We're most likely leaning a little bit towards the Vayne, but you know the Vayne is a counter pick for him.
Well, I guess Vayne is not going to be seeing the light of day as well.
I'm so sorry, Kerberos. They're banning your entire
And the Varus is
pool.
gone.
Wait, Varus on blue?
Tryndamere, ban? Tryndamere ban?
Are we just shooting up on onto the stars and see if they're listening? No, they're actually going for the Quinn. Kerberos is running out of a pool, and he locks in the Orianna. Would we have a ball delivery system coming in here for Intquick? An easy to execute team fight?
So are they trying to bait roulette into picking Nocturne early?
Ooh.
I mean, so they could even just say like Nocturne is not really that big of a factor because Xin Zhao does his job as well.
Yeah.
So you might as well go for Xin Zhao because it's also an Orianna combo, but Xin is more safe as a first blind pick because he can deal damage, but he can also frontline with his ultimate.
That is fair. But
Or
then again,
just pick Trundle.
Or pick Trundle.
I
and
mean,
run
the
over
Trundle. Go on, sorry.
AD champion. Yeah, so the most Orianna ball delivery champions we're seeing right now are AD melee champions. So Trundle just runs them all over. We're talking Jarvan, Xin Zhao, Nocturne. Trundle just walks at them and kills them.
Yep. That's what I was going to point out. So we do see Mr. Tickle being put into a bit of a pickle here as he needs to decide what he wants to go for the jungle. We have a lot of options open, but like you said, all of them get bodied by the Trundle. So we need to go a little bit deeper into the pools to see what we can actually draw out, and it's going to be the Wukong for Mr. Tickle.
Yeah, and a very quick Braum as well. So Braum is there for the follow-up engage. Of course, you have the Wukong being invisible, going for the ball delivery. Then you get Shockwave, and then you get Braum's ultimate, knocking up as many as he obviously can. So now we're just looking at, okay, which AD carry would round out that comp. You're kind of looking like Lucian, you're kind of looking at Kai'Sa, because they can just run in, proc the Braum passive instantly, and more specifically, they love diving in together with the rest of their team. Darius is a very interesting pick, I would say.
It is absolutely locked in. It is absolutely blind. That Darius is a double-edged sword if I've ever seen one. That can go either really well for Raider or really, really bad.
They're going to ban more top laners.
They are. They're going to... I mean...
The counters to Darius that I can see here are Yorick, because his Q can't really kill Mistwalkers, so it's a really oppressive lane for the Yorick. Yeah, so that's going out. And then... I don't know, are they going to ban Kennen next? Like,
I've heard Alawi is good against Darius.
Have you?
Alawi is right now not that strong, I think.
I know, she's not.
The changes kind of made her a bit weird.
But then there's Kled, who's been recently building into full tank.
Kled is not playable into Darius right now. Kled is not... After the changes, Kled is not playable into Darius.
Nice. That is true. It's probably true. It is true. He stacks a lot of AD and it hurts. It hurts a lot.
Well, they nerfed Kled's damage and his anti-heal.
They made him tanky.
Which isn't that good into Darius.
Yeah, you're right.
Darius is true damage.
Yeah, it's health based.
True. Yeah, you're right. Now the focus from Intquick is going to be on Sivir here. They're going to ban that one out. Belfast Storm, their last ban is going to be Dr. Mundo. 5 bans, 5 potential top laners for Kerberos. They're really paying a lot of attention from the top side of Intquick.
Yeah, on the other side though, Intquick is focusing a lot of the bot lane right now. I think they want Artorias in a favorable matchup. I was writing down as well, like Intquick basically has 2 win cons. Either they focus on Kerberos hard and Artorias' job is just to survive, or they're actually going to focus on the bot lane and make sure that Kerberos goes at the very least even. I think he's good enough to do that even in the face of a Darius without a great counter pick. So they kind of have... They're throwing all into having 3 winning lanes. But it's a bigger gamble than, I think, focusing on Kerberos. Rel's good into Braum because she does steal all the resistances from Braum, and Braum got recently nerfed as well, so that's definitely counting. Rel didn't get nerfed as hard. So right now with Trundle Darius, I'm actually not that keen on a Kai'Sa pick. You kind of don't want to go in with that.
They've done it again. They've only done it again.
Wait!
Artur loves the Smolder. He picks it like sorry, I'm thinking of Anomaly. Never mind.
Yeah.
But sorry, Artorias
another one.
still like the Smolder. I'm not going to go off and saying they pick it every game. Fuyu, hopping the Yunari here, I honestly think a Corki would go crazy here. And just make sure that Belfast Storm have so many winning lanes that allow Roulette to just invade Mr. Tickle permanently. Yunari is locked in. Obviously, it's a strong early game AD carry. But, like spiking at level 6 and then taking a bit of a power trough. But yeah, it's pretty good into Smolder, but the Braum kind of just negates everything Belfast Storm's bot lane wants to do.
Yeah, and I'm kind of fearful here for IntQuick's early game status so far because you do see a lot of scaling in the individual lanes for IntQuick. And even in the jungle, you're going to need the Trinity Force Completer. You're going to need the Cyclone for the Wukong to actually come into play and Mr. Tickle be an actual threat. But by that time, you're going to have to worry about the subjugate. And that's going to be a massive threat for the mid game of IntQuick. I'm finding it hard to figure out how they're going to navigate these initial stages of the game without feeling absolutely bad.
I think Belfast Storm is going to try to like hand stiff them in the lanes. I think they have a lot of bully characters on their team right now. Syndra bullies Orianna, Darius still bullies Jace. I don't think Jace is the greatest pick into him. Trundle absolutely bullies Wukong if they ever meet. And then I think Fuyu is the better AD carry, so no matter what, with Rel they can kind of, hopefully for them, bully Artorias and Prosper.
Ready whenever you are.
At the same time, I think IntQuick's comp is easier to navigate with and play the team fights with as well because of Orianna specifically and Braum. We have a lot of CC to put on to the enemy team, and before they can even react, one should already be bursted down. The only win con right now that they truly have though in Quick is get beyond the 30-minute mark so Smolder can scale as he should.
Now, one thing that I did want to point out as well is the utility that Braum's going to have throughout this match. If you look at the composition from Belfast Storm, the only realistic wall that Braum is going to put up is against the Syndra Balls.
Well,
am I seeing that right?
There is the Yunara damage.
The Yunara, I guess, yeah.
That you can consistently block. But like, if he gets close enough to it, the Runans will get negated. But yeah, it's like I didn't love this Braum so early in the draft. To be honest, I agree with you on that one. It was kind of like I want to play Braum, lock in Braum.
He's gonna hate the Rel and Trundle duo even more. Like his resistances and defenses are just annihilated.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough here for IntQuick. Maybe they have a different understanding of how this game is going to go because this is an important game for the top of the leaderboard. Now, I wanted to go through predictions because honestly, I predicted IntQuick would take this one, but after this draft, I'm starting to feel a little bit shaky on that prediction here. I don't know about you guys.
I'm with you.
I had Belfast Storm to win.
You had Belfast Storm to win?
I had Belfast Storm to win, and if Raider manages to lose lane after putting 5 target bans towards Kerberos, it's going to be the biggest ego flex I've ever seen of a top lane ever. And
you know what?
I think Belfast Storm might just implode the way IntQuick imploded after the summer.
You know what? I'm going to remain on IntQuick. I'm going to stay with my prediction on IntQuick before we throw it over to the casters. Rory, you have a match ahead of you. So we're going to toss it over to you and Mile to bring us the action in the Summoner's Rift.
Thank you guys so much. I'm excited and worried, and I can't decide which emotion is stronger within me right now, because I love to see something like the Darius blind pick early on. Like, damn, that's ballsy, that's bold. I love that. I love a little Smolder for late game insurance moment. I love the Orianna Wukong, but I feel like both of these drafts really depend on execution a lot. And I'm not quite sure yet which tools I prefer. Now remind me, what was your prediction? Because because you were wrong last time, I just want to say it out loud.
Okay. I predicted Belfast Storm.
Yeah, okay.
And they will win.
Surely.
I'm telling you right now. No. I'm not working behind the scenes or anything like that. But honestly, I'm a bit disparaged that you said you enjoy a smolder. Who enjoys a smolder? But that,
Look,
you know what? That's fine.
Honestly, I think that's a Prime League thing. Because the last time we won EMEA Masters, it was with Funky playing Smolder. So I have a soft spot for that champion. But it is probably very toxic and wrong of me to feel that way. So I apologize for that. It's just that I do like to see when people think, no, we can finish the game early. Oh, it's fine. And then that point hits where Smolder has the stacks and suddenly it's like, damn, this is unplayable. We didn't know this was going to happen.
Guys, if we just blow up the Nexus before 23 minutes, we're golden. Like, why has no one done this yet? Like, it seems the most obvious tactic.
For real, it makes no sense. No one's trying it. It's like this TikTok trend of women going to like sports and being like, let's say they are watching like football and they're like, I would just try to make a goal, you know? And that's how I feel sometimes watching League of Legends. Like, just destroy the Nexus. Like, I don't get it.
To be honest, I would simply just solo kill the Darius. I don't really see what the issue is. Like, the minions can take care of themselves.
100%, you know? And I think, honestly, Darius, I think, is going to be very interesting for me because, in all honesty, the last Darius I saw must have been Adam in the LEC 5 billion years ago.
Yeah.
You know? Like, I have absolutely no idea what to expect, especially if we're looking towards Jace, which is kind of the matchup that is going to happen here. It will probably be the poke Jace. Let's see if it's the Korean Jace, because otherwise this is going to be very sad, as Limsey might be a little sad here as well, because he's half-lifed and has to use a pot.
Both.
That's crazy. Not the start you want.
Great read by Mr. Tickle there. Beely, I didn't know if Beely was baiting, like, let's have a dance in mid lane, and Limsey actually was like, yeah, sure, let's go for it. And it's an absolute betrayal of trust forever. But yeah, great read by the Wukong now. Limsey in a massively behind position now, especially into a champion who can bully lane as hard as Orianna, just with how cheap her command move. I don't know, the Orianna abilities are weird. The one that moves the ball and it's her Q.
Yeah, you know, that actually funny story. So I've been working with Hysterics a lot and, you know, improving my cast. And one thing he said was like, you gotta learn those ability names. And I have been trying to learn ability names, but I decided it's really only ultimates that matter. So I only know Shockwave, and the rest I don't know.
You know, I tried learning all the abilities and then I learned all the Ornn upgrades.
Yeah, no.
And then they removed them from the game, so I'm kind of still salty about that, to a point where I'm like, no, I'll punish the game by not learning the ability to... No, okay.
Yeah, no, I get that though, because, I mean, you gotta start somewhere. So ultimates it is for now, as we can see, Prosfair in a little bit of a sticky situation here. The level 2 coming through for the red side bot lane as well. Have to be at least a little careful to respect that. But so far, so good. Still relatively even here, you know, just because of the health, you know, just a little of an advantage when it comes to health. So that's about it, I would say.
Slight advantage. Pot's now blown fully by Prosfair down on that Braum. And Roulette now going for the invade we were talking about on desk, but we would like to see this happen. Is he going to blast Cone over? No, he's going to drop the ward.
Oh, they both dropped some wards. Mr. Tickle has to be a little careful here. You've mentioned it. Once they meet, Mr. Tickle will definitely be in a not so comfortable position. Now, with both Kerberos and Raider moving in as well.
Oh,
maybe there's something to get back, but Kerberos is just going in. He wants to kill. He has to flash out. But here comes a little bit of help from the mid lane. Belay trying to trade something back here. Raider has to flash, but he ends up getting the kill. That's the first blood going over to the blind pig, Darius. And Raider will probably go down here, unless there is a big mistake being made on the side of 5IQ. But I think that first blood on a champion that was a bit of a, I would say, question mark coming in, you take it.
Yeah, absolutely. You see the inventory being fully bought up now by Raider. Did expend both summoners, but, you know, got the flash out of both the Wukong and the Jace. So you're going to take that trade every day of the week. We'll probably be able to pick up all these casters as well on the back end of it. So it's going to have a significant XP and gold lead over this Jace, and Kerberos is incredibly sad right now. That all started by a really nice invade by Roulette. Not able to pick up. Never mind, Artorias is getting completely shot down. Probably going to have to blow, both Pot and Biscuit here. Crossfair also pretty low, but I don't think there's any chance of a dive with Mr. Tickle in the area.
No, Mr. Tickle should be a little bit of insurance here. I'm not sure they should go for a fight, though. He's moving very close towards that Tribush, which of course always gives me the fear of, oh my god, my jungler is going to gank and it's not going to go well. But that's not gonna happen, as they are looking to clean this wave, go back to base. But they're for giving over the first Drake to the side of Belfast here, who are just in a better position with the bot lane push coming through.
You probably expect the Trundle to be always getting this first dragon here, just because that's the way Smolder and Braum work. Like, they're not going to have any lane pressure realistically into any type of lane dominating champions like a Rel, like a Yunara. If we look at the wave states, pretty even in mid, but as we see Prosper now coming over to team up with Mr. Tickle to try and steal away those Raptors. Lil Pants is going to spot it, but that's all he's going to do with numbers over there. As top lane's just trading.
Yeah, same old, same old. Just the usual top lane experience.
He didn't? Oh, he didn't take the Raptors.
Oh, that's unlucky. I would have taken the Raptors.
Feels like a
They're
waste
one
of
of my
time.
favorite camps. That's like the best camp there is. Raptors, Wolves, I love that. As an AD carry, that's always what I go for.
I don't know. I
Once
have
I
a soft
steal.
spot for Krugs.
Okay, fair, yeah, fair. No, I like... Krugs are cool too. I think they come in third for me, as we can now see Artorias. Having to be a little careful, ends up getting stunned. But here comes Prosfair, so that should give him a little bit of space and security in his own lane.
Tori's going to be able to use those biscuits to really alleviate a lot of the damage coming out from Fuyi here. Mr. Tickle just shadowing, knowing Raider's Ghost is going to be coming up soon, so might look for that all-in. Actually,
Let's
Roulette's
see.
here too.
Ooh, but they are finding the first catch. Raider has to be a bit careful. Heals himself up nicely, though. Now goes in with the ultimate. That was very,
flash.
very strong. But Roulette going for the kill, ends up underneath the turret. Doesn't quite matter too much. Mr. Tickle can trade something back, though. Now Roulette has to run. Both ultimates already used, or one ultimate used rather, since Roulette's still not able to use the subjugate for his own advantage.
And it was a really good read by Mr. Tickle. It was a really good read.
Oh, they're looking for more.
A dive possibly set up as the accelerated shock blast does miss, but actually bot lane are trading a little.
Bot lane are trading a lot, as that's a kill for Prosfair. Fuyu going down. Even had to barrier there, but it doesn't end up doing anything. We will not see a spell book in this game, which I think is interesting, since we have both Rel and Brom. Has to be a bit careful. Does have the level advantage. Billy with the shield coming in for safety. So everything should be okay here on this top side. And 5IQ, they're looking to keep this early game relatively even. If we look at the gold, it's completely fine. No one has stepped any further ahead. Now the Void Grubs, of course, the next target you could go for. You can see both supports moving up towards that top side jungle, towards that mid lane. But I fear 5IQ are not in a great position here with the resets that have come through. They just kind of missed their timing, and now Mr. Tickle even has to flash out. Let in the area. And I'll look to secure these grubs for himself. Prosper and Bailey are both there. Maybe they can find something. We see Kerberos gone for the reset, so it is a numbers disadvantage. I think going for something here would be very, very bold.
Mr. Tickle already used the Cyclone just to try and get onto Raider earlier. So they're just stuck with the Shockwave if they're going to look for a fight here. I don't know if they can. I think it's just a lot of wasted time coming out from 5IQ, just poking and prodding, trying to see a chink in the armor. But they're unable to, and now Roulette can just invade with Little Pants once again on this blue buff. Crossfire and Beely are coming over though.
Yeah, and also Kerberos coming through from the top side. Maybe they could go for a good catch here. Finding something in jungle is always huge as the first kill comes through. There's the Feat of Warfare claimed. Roulette has to flash. Should be making it to safety here. Now maybe Raider, the next target. Doesn't really look like it.
Huh.
They're looking for the resets. Maybe they want to disrupt something up there, though. Crossfair not able to actually go to base. Now Kerberos has to flash, ends up eating the ultimate straight up. Roulette with the next kill, and now Crossfair and Mr. Tickle in a weird position. Crossfair will be spotted here in the tri-bushes. There is a ward, of course, and Raider is looking for more. Nicely just hitting the turret, so the aggro won't go towards him. Not bad for the side of Belfast. It's a small lead, but it could be enough for the time being, because we gotta remember they are still on some sort of timer with the Smolder being in the game.
Absolutely, and don't forget that Smolder got a bit of a free wave or two after getting that kill down in bot lane. Crossfair managing to flash Arctic Bite onto Fuyu, picking up that Yunara a few minutes ago. And honestly, great call by Belfast Storm, putting all of their ban priorities into shutting down Kerberos, because Roulette and Raider teaming up together has been one hell of a combo into this top lane to bully this Jace. Like, Raider is up 30 CS. It's going to hit... I'm unsure if he's going Black Cleaver or Triforce just yet. It's not clear, but yeah, it's going to hit that first item power spike before Kerberos.
And we can already see that Noxie and Guillotine doing so much damage when it comes through, which is crazy to me. Without an item actually being completed, that it does that much damage. Maybe it can shift around, as we can now see a little bit of a fight coming through. Beautiful Cyclone used with the beautiful ultimate coming through from the Braum as well. They end up picking up 2 quick kills here. That, of course, secures them the second Drake of the game. Important for them to also not let the dragon stacking continue so easily for Belfast Storm, because if we look across the ERLs, we've seen that, yes, people like to play for Void Grubs because it gives you that little bit of an edge when it comes towards split push, but dragon stacking is actually such a great winning condition, so gotta keep that in mind. So good call for 5IQ to go and contest this and actually pick up the Drake.
And it's a massive misplay from Belfast Storm there. Starting the Dragon when you did not have Limsey close enough to you, so they just get like sandwiched into a 4v3. Beely's ult was absolutely mega there, able to chunk them out because came straight from basing to pick up their Hextech companion. So it has so much more damage than everyone else in the fight.
Yeah, 100%. Let's see if Belfast find a way to fight back. They do have kills on both top lane and jungle. Maybe there is something they can do with that. Especially Trundle, for me, has been one of those picks that really profits from being ahead early on. We have seen Trundle's definitely kind of losing out if they end up not really getting ahead, not really gaining a lead. Roulette is going back in.
Dive coming out here. Raider's got the slow push coming on. Roulette's kind of greeting for this Grump here, but no. I think they're just going to run onto tower.
Limsey's in the area as well, so it's a 2 people, a dive coming in, and that's, well, that was the unleashed power right there for you. That was enough. Didn't need much more.
Yeah, earlier Beely got a free kill by going topside, and now Limsey has got a pretty free kill from going topside, so you got to say that mid lane's pretty even right now.
Definitely, but this top lane diff is getting crazy if we look at the CS, you know, it's just very, very one-sided, of course. And we just saw that Beely does not have vision here. He might get engaged a little bit, but Limsey's not quite in the area. Also did just use Unleash power, so not really too much to fear here for Beely.
Yeah, a bit of a
especially
love
with
tap.
the shockwave up.
Bit of a love tap just coming out from Lil Pants, just to remind people that support still exists. As once again, Prosphere is going to come mid. I feel like Prosphere's been mid a lot this game already. Just saying, how do you do? Always shadowing Beely. I feel this player. I think Prosphere spends a good 60% of his time in bot lane, and then 40% of the time just either at grubs or around mid lane. As Fuyu's is left alone, won't be getting dove anytime soon because that wave positioning is pretty nice for him. As we're going to see another dive up top side.
You gotta be kidding. They're going back in with the Magnet Storm. Everything is thrown into the face of poor Kerberos. Now with the 3 Void Grubs, they are also doing some decent damage
Oh,
towards
Dive is coming out.
this. Ooh, they're looking for
that-
Mr. Tickle. Mr. Tickle has to use the Cyclone defensively. He gets pillared though, tries to trade something back. In the end, it's not gonna be enough. Mr. Tickle lives. Kills are not coming through, and that bot lane play that must have happened didn't end up going anywhere with everyone still alive. Oh, wait, no, that's a lie. Hang on, Artorias died.
Yeah, massive misplay. They tried to dive Fuyu.
Nation Fisher in the back line. Crossfair has to be careful, but here comes Kerberos. Can they clean this up? Fuyu dropping very low. Kerberos himself only
That's
level
flash.
9. Same level as an ADC. That's not really where you want to be as a top laner in this scenario, but ends up being okay. So they trade something back, but you were just about to say that must have been a misplay.
Yeah, so Belfast Storm diving topside, seeing this 5AQ do the very smart thing of going, we'll trade back onto Fuyu, he's only a Yunara. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure, because I was watching the health bars at the time, I think Artorias tanked tower aggro, and so just got completely shut down when Fuyu hit the transcend. That's the word I'm trying to get out.
Oh, that's the ultimate you were looking for. Okay,
That's
no,
the
I was
ultimate
wondering.
I was looking for.
What,
I was like,
what were you looking
transform?
for?
No, that's chase.
No, it's
yeah.
transcend. Yeah. No,
transcend.
transform is chase. You're right. You see, I got that noted right here because we're learning ultimates. It's important.
Yeah, so hey, you gotta, you can take Hysteric's knowledge and apply it to, I don't know, a quarter of the chance abilities.
If I take Hysteric's knowledge, I'd be talking a lot of nonsense because my man sometimes he's a little cray-cray. But that's a story for another day, as we can see the next Magnet Storm coming through. But that's a numbers advantage here for the blue side, with Mom also being called to fight. They end up stealing the Herald, but is it going to be enough? Now 5 members here committed, going way further forward with Limsey picking up the first kill. Of course, a lot of ultimates already used, but the scatter comes through again. Artorias extremely low. It's a double kill for Limsey. The pings are coming through towards the bot side, where we can see that Kerberos has been doing some work in the split push, trying to push out the wave at least a little bit. A Herald being spawned. They're in a taxi. They're going for the first turret. They should be able to get it. That's about it. Maybe another catch here. Fuyu, fast enough to make it out alive.
Yeah, okay, that team fight was absolutely mental because 5IQ made the call to start that Rift Herald, and then Roulette, I believe, flashes in to munch on the Herald Eye to do an insane amount of extra damage to it, so it was able to take it down really low and get that steal off. Little Pants in the back of the pit, kind of hiding low on HP, as we're seeing another dragon fight take place here.
I'm not sure they're fighting about the dragon or if it's about the scuttle crab. Sometimes that's really hard to see. Both of these objectives seem to be of importance here. The scatter comes through, as well as the Glacier Fissure being used, but that's a lot of damage with the shockwave. Can they get something more? Artorias from the side trying to get some damage across the board here. It's the shutdown going over to Mr. Tickle, but at what cost? As Limsey's on the killing spree again with that unleashed power, doing so much damage. So far, it is a numbers advantage still for 5IQ, but they are not looking good here health-wise. Have to be careful. They end up stepping back, everyone going for a bit of a reset here. But not without doing the Scuttle Crab first, because in the end, that's all that matters.
Absolutely, vision control is king. It doesn't matter that 5IQ currently have 4 wards around the dragon area. They need that scuttle. That can't be swept away. Okay, Lil Pants, missing cannon. That's fine. A bit of a overstep from Belfast Storm there, getting 2 people tagged up by Prosfair's ultimate, and then I thought it was all going to change when Raider was able to land a 2-person apprehend onto the Wukong and the Brawn, but ultimately didn't really matter. Couldn't get that Noxian Guillotine down, and so couldn't get the resets off of that, so Raider unfortunately falling there. Kerberos now pushing in the top side as Belfast Storm agree, no, we're still stronger, and take down their second dragon of the game, while the top tower falls for 5IQ.
Second tower of the game for them as well. Gold is still relatively even. Small gold lead for the red side for Belfast Storm here. Gotten ahead But it's really not too big, I would say. It's really still nice to come back from. Especially the more time you spend trying to get that smolder into a good position.
Mm-hmm. And
but Limsey is going to be an issue.
Limsey isn't going to be... Limsey is an issue right now. 2 items is absolutely huge. Beely is matching in the item department, but the scatters Limsey has been hitting have been absolutely nuts. Like that flash scatter to catch Artorias on the back end of that Herald fight was so nice to watch. Really, really looking good on the Syndra today. I do just want to touch on the Blade of the Ruin King Yunara, because we did see it earlier in today. Essentially, Yunara really likes attack speed, which is why you're generally seeing her go Kraken Slayer or Blade of the Ruin King. Blade of the Ruin King has a much nicer curve in when you're building items in lane. It's much more forgiving when you're coming back if you took a slightly iffy base. Oh, actually, huge shockwave onto Roulette, forcing the ult out.
There's also, of course, the Glacier Fissure, but they don't end up getting too much off of it. As Roulette is able to move out and heal up a little bit, because that's a Trundle. Of course he's going to heal. Look at him. He's fine. He's completely fine.
Yeah,
that looked cool. Did it do shit? No, it didn't. As now Raider is looking for Kerberos again. Artorias is in the area. Maybe we can get a quick check in. Whoa, I just wanted to ask for the stacks here, but I guess we're not going to, as Kerberos is going to go down with Raider, of course, hitting a nice kill there. Roulette also finds Mr. Tickle in the back of it. But it is a bit of a trade, as they can at least get a Raider back. The Scatter's coming through again. Now Fuyu's in the area, but he's stepping very far forward. Has to use the barrier. They're going further forward. They are stepping back in. Artorias too far in the front. Ends up trading one back. But this should not work out as well as it did. I'm surprised 5IQ were even able to trade something back here, as Prosphere is now trying to go for a sneaky little reset. I think it should work out. Fuyu not really keen to go for the hunt here. But that fight was way more even than I expected it to be, I gotta be honest.
Yeah, like, Kerber's taking a really greedy path after getting chunked by Raider. Still had the stacks ticking as well, which is really important because it allowed Raider to get that Noxian Might, that passive, to 5 stacks and get that massive AD boost in the fight, and then eventually get the Noxian Guillotine to take out Kerb. And then, yeah, I think it was just all really down to Beely. So strong on this Orianna right now. Didn't have the Shockwave because used earlier on the Trundle, but even still was able to put out a ton of damage. Fuyu, honestly, when he jumped in and immediately popped barrier, I was like, oh no. Oh no, it's the inting ADC play. When you have a go button, you must click it. But no, actually was able to pump out a ton of damage.
He's stepping further forest. Artorias has to be careful.
Pillar.
Oh my god, that is so much damage coming through. The Pillar, of course, going in for the slow, but the rest of the team is kind of looking to go for this Atakan here. TP now coming in for Limsey. Is it enough? The Magnet Storm hits, but it's the Atakan for the blue side. Glacier Fissure is trying to buy some space here. Beely and Kerberos, the last one standing, have to make it out somehow. Roulette is looking to close the gap with the Scatter connecting onto Beely. He's surely going down. Now it's only Kerberos left. Can he buy some time? No, not really. That's the ace going over to Belfast, who have been dominating this early to mid game. And we're still waiting for the Smolder Factor, but I'm afraid it might not come.
It might just never get there. Unfortunately for Artorias, Fuyu is just a little bit too strong right now to even try and fight, as the ADCs matching up against each other. That Phantom Dance I completed a while back just massively accelerates not only Fuyu's damage, but also him being able to get 8 stacks of his Q to activate the bead bounces so much faster.
Absolutely. Whenever I want to go for the Smolder stacks, I look away the second he comes on. It's
skill
crazy.
issue, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'm blind. I gotta admit, I'm stupid and very tired. That's probably also a reason for it, but we can see the next Drake, of course, being started here by Fuyu. It would be the 3rd Drake, therefore the soul point here for Belfast Storm. are looking to take over the game even further. They are in a 6k gold lead. It has exploded throughout the past few minutes. Every single position having nice little lead generated for themselves. Baron also up in a few. So that's definitely going to be an objective to contest here for the side of 5IQ, because I fear once the Baron is down, once Belfast Storm have that in their hands with the 3 Void Grubs, there could be an end in sight very soon.
Absolutely. Like, they are all set up. They don't have the furthest range in their team to be able to siege, so you're really looking for a multi-lane siege with the Baron, if they get the Baron, that is. To which 5IQ might be able to get a few really good picks off, pushing towards those isolated champions. That is to say, if Belfast Storm doesn't just get the Baron and ace 5IQ, and then I'm pretty sure they could march down mid lane and get a very good fight out of 5IQ's base.
Well, let's see how it's gonna go, as we are looking at a little bit of a catch situation, but Rel, of course, mobile enough to make it out. So that's not that big of a deal. Nice try. In this case, it just won't work out. We have Raider in the split push as well as Limsy. Limsy without TP, Raider, of course, not even having TP to begin with. So very important for him to be in a position once they start this Baron.
Normally that's where you see specifically solo queue Darius really fall short of what the champion can do, because most solo queue Darius, for good reason I'd say, do take the Ghost and Flash, but then they always seem to be stuck on a side lane. They haven't got their wave perfect, so they then can't go for a tower, and the enemy top lane is like, well, I got TP, I could just join the 5v4 and completely win the game off of it.
And that's a 2.5k gold lead on him individually as well, if we look at where
I would hope
Kerberos
so,
is
to be honest.
trying to get something back here. Really not in the greatest position. Maybe we can take a second to actually check the smolder stacks. That would be awesome, because the smolder stacks could be very important for the next team fight. So once the smolder stacks come up, you gotta scream, because I will miss him. So
Right,
you gotta
okay.
check him. But we can see Prosphere is already getting caught. They are even committing the ultimate here from Limsy. That's a little much, considering that Prosphere had, of course, the shield up. Doesn't end up going down, so that's the unleashed power missing for the next team fight, possibly. Does
Look
have
how-
a rather short cooldown, but still.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Because Limsy went towards this Cosmic Drive, look, the Unleashed Power is almost halfway done already on the cooldown. Its
Damn.
cooldown must be like 40 seconds, it's nothing. And to get that heal out of Prosphere, significantly higher cooldown. Oh,
good
that's smarter
point.
sit stacks.
That hit some stacks, definitely.
He's got
Quite
execute.
sure how many. Prosphere is relatively low. Does still have an ultimate. Could still go for the Glacier Fissure somewhere, but they are deciding to go for the resets instead. Now, question is that enough for Belfast Storm to actually commit towards this Baron as they cancel the resets to look for some poke instead? Doesn't really end up doing too much. Kerberos just not in the right position to actually poke anyone.
Yeah, and it's getting a bit scary because Belfast Storm are really fishing for these picks, but they may accidentally... Oh no, they found on cover, it's great pillar.
That was a beautiful pillar, but the Flash, of course, cleans it up. Scatter the Weak connects onto Mr. Tickle, but he ends up staying alive since Limsy doesn't want to commit anything else. Prosphere is getting slowed again by the Yunara. Now the question stands, who is going to pull the trigger first? Limsy's taking some damage here by Kerberos' poke. But it is still Belfast in a better position. Magnet Storm coming through, they immediately commit all the ultimates they can find. Mom's coming through as well as the Glacier Fissure. Yes, there are some stacks on this Torius, on this Smolder, but it's not gonna be enough because that's a wall you have to fight into. And that wall is called Belfast Storm, and they are looking to end it right here, right now with the Void Grubs moving straight into the base 4-man strong. It's the ace, no one standing, it's just the Nexus left. And Belfast Storm are looking to go for the first place in this leaderboard. With 5IQ not quite finding the footing in order to fight back in this game. They did have the scaling comp, but they did not get the time to actually go any further. Beautifully played by Belfast Storm.
And hey, the game plan, plant the seeds for the Darius and the Trundle to take over. And how did that final fight begin? The Rel got a huge flash ult, and then the Darius and the Trundle just cleaned house.
Yeah, 100%. Wow. I think they had the better comp to begin with, but it's still a question of execution, right? And It's still a question of, does the Trundle actually end up getting ahead in early game enough that you cannot punish him so easily? And they did a great job at doing that. Limsey, of course, incredible performance on the Syndra here. Yunara, for me, not really that important, but maybe that's something you guys can unpack on the analyst desk, because that's it from me. I'm sending you back to your other two friends, and I'll see you guys another day, another time. Laters.
Thank you so much, Millie, and we are back here on the desk post-game breakdown. Now, we had a lot of expectations here for Kerberos in the top lane, but ultimately, he saw 5 champions getting banned out in the champion select. He was forced into a Jace v Darius matchup, and he got the absolute faker treatment up on top. But, you know, in the green room, me and Nick were just discussing, and I wanted to see, check by you, Rory, if you agree with this, but it wasn't necessarily the top lane that made a difference in this game. It was more of a jungle gap than anything.
Yeah, apart from that time when Roulette just absolutely baited his support into dying so he could get a blue buff. Roulette was really pushing that invade. But that's what we called in draft, right? We were like, with Raider in such a dominant top lane position, we're expecting Roulette to be invading topside, and he went in about 5 times in the early game, sniffing and trying to steal away whatever he could.
Yeah, and we also talked about in the draft how Trundle as a champion limits what you can actually bring to the table here in terms of the jungle pool, and it felt like the Wukong pick played right into the Trundle and how he was strong, right, Nick? At least that's how I saw it.
Yeah, I think if you want to go for an engaged jungle, Trundle is just immediately a gap. And when you lock in Orianna, you kind of lock yourself into having to pick that. So it was just a great read from Belfast Storm here to just say, okay, just slam down the Trundle. It means that we instantly win the jungle. We instantly make sure that Orianna isn't as strong as she can be. Which is why I'm just not a big fan of the Orianna first pick. I think they just fumbled it immediately over there.
Yeah, without a proper ball delivery system, ultimately int quick, even though they had Shards of Brilliance, and we did see the Smolder fully stacked, it was just too little too late. It was a fully stacked Smolder at the, 27-28 minute mark?
27,
according to my notes,
Counted,
Yeah, it's a little bit late for the Smolder spike considering the overall game state. What could have been done different here for int quick, you would say?
Oh, that's a question. I didn't love the Braum. Even though they were able to get a 2v2 kill down in the bot lane, that smaller Braum, I'm not sure how much it really brought to the table.
Yeah, we definitely
apart from blocking a single unleashed power that was hitting him around that Baron. But
I did say. You told me, no, Yunara, he's going to block out Yunara, I did say.
I said he could block Yunara. I was trying to cope, and I was trying to reason and work with you, but yeah.
Listen, if you want to cope, you vote for bandits, okay? you don't justify the problem here. But still, regardless, this does mean that right now Belfast Storm are isolated in the front of the leaderboard. What does this mean for the rest of the table? Is there still a way that Belfast Storm can slip up in some way, shape, or form? Because right now they're 6-1 with 6 games won in a row. They're looking pretty nicely there, Nick.
Is there only one more game to play for each team?
I think it's 2 more games. If there's 7 players, I think all teams play 9 games.
Listen, all I know is that the Bandits are not out yet. They could have been out today, but they're not out yet. That's all I know.
True. I mean, they might still be in relegation, but that's another story for another day.
Yeah, so it's 10 teams, so they each play 9 games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they could still go 6-3. In the worst case scenario, but Belfast Storm right now are just looking unbeatable. I've not seen a draft diff like today in quite some time, and it gives me a lot of hopes for Belfast Storm, because last split, they didn't look as good as they do right now. That's a huge glow up right now.
I mean, and they still have to, and the two games that they still have to go through, Belfast Storm, would be Paragon and Gucci. Gucci is also a squad that, well, I mean, Gucci just had a game today, but we are ready. Jesus Christ, English is hard. We are ready to see the standings after today's matches, and what a roller coaster of games we just had. Belfast Storm isolated in first place, and Quick close behind them, but this game kind of set them back just slightly, I would say.
Yeah. I do think that Intquick is still one of the strongest teams that we have in the Four Nations right now, and you know, they're second place, so they're proving it as well. But Belfast Storm just had their number today. They really have done their homework, and I can't wait to see them play next week.
Yeah, just to make sure.
Well,
so, Intquick...
This week, actually.
Oh, yeah, this week. Yeah, we still have one game to play this week, and next week is going to be the last day. Intquick still have to play against Absolved, looking through my notes, and the Bandits. Oh, that's going to be a tough one.
Oh, that's chilling.
Oh, that's going to be a tough one for me.
Chilling, then.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's going to be a tough one for me. But yeah, on the other side of the map, Belfast Storm still have to face off against Paragon and Gucci. Now, Paragon are on the bottom of the table alongside the Bandits, not as low as the Bandits are, but it should still be an accessible calendar here for Belfast Storm, all things considered. Corey.
Oh, absolutely. Gucci could give them a run for their money, absolutely. But I'm a bit of a Paragon hater. I know people love spamming Glorp Cats and like putting all their channel points on Paragon winning.
Need to Glorp more.
I even think some of their wins have been a bit, let's go with dodgy this split. So yeah, I'm expecting Belfast Storm to take them down quite easily.
Is that a sentiment that you share, Nick? I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair.
I do agree. I just like the Glorp.
The Glorp is the way to go. The Glorp is the way to go. But that is going to close out the day for today. Incredible matches that we had. I'm happy that the Bandits got a win. I can't predict them all, but at least I got one right, and I am truly happy with that. I wanted to thank everybody here that was involved in the broadcast today, especially you boys at the desk, because you kept me company throughout the or in this case, throughout the champion select and throughout the predictions that led us to this point. And I also wanted to thank production